and gentlemen, we build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Once again, there's my bombs. Welcome to the Sunday version, man. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host, Killah Priest. I am Sheik. Over to my left, running the rock is none other than AD, A Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show.
It's going to be an incredible show, man. I advise everyone to get their pens, papers, and everything ready for. We're going to blast off into the cosmos, into the metaphysic world today, man, with the guests. Man, tons of books, tons of information. That's what we love on the show, about tons of information, esoteric, all type of things, and questions that a lot of y'all want to ask will be answered today, man. It's going to be crazy, man. I can't wait. It's going to happen in a few minutes. Get ready. And I'll tell y'all the guests, man, Ronnie Pontiac. It's that's another level. We're going to go there. A lot of fans had hit me up, wanting to build with him. We're gonna talk. We have a nice discussion today. It's gonna be crazy, man. Thank you, Jody. She says she loved the shirt. Went to go see the Michael Jackson movie, man. Let me just tell you, no spoilers, but go see it, man. For the fans, you're a fan out there. I'll wait to build on it. I'll wait for some of y'all to go see it, but it was dope. And if you're a MJ fan, it'll take you back, man. The music was great. The music was great. So I'm gonna say that about that. Yeah. So shout out to the craft board. Shout out to Rocketeers. Everybody in there, man. We about to go there. Word. How's your weekend going so far, AD?
Good, man. Staying productive. You know what I mean? Just doing one technical difficulty at a time.
Yeah. Exactly.
I like the new background.
Oh, man, I love it. Y'all checking out the new background? Yeah, it's like gamer. I don't know. It's like we in the tombs and this.
Well, because we always have the fire going in the background for when we have guests popping up on the side. So I use that concept.
Yeah. And
kind of created this one right here.
Yeah.
It's got some hieroglyphics in the background.
See, like, could we hit a fire?
Yeah, I got some fire.
Through the limb. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I think that puts a certain mystique on what we're going today.
It does. I just feel in some ways it can be mistaken for static.
Yeah.
And hear some people think, what's this static I'm hearing in the background? It's like, well, we have to explain it's fire. Fire crackle.
Flames, man. Oh,
but it's there, but I can lower it a little bit.
Yeah, somebody said Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, we're going to get into that. Dungeons, dragons, dinosaurs, and all of that good stuff, man. I think it's about time we just get this started, man. What do you think, AD?
Sure.
I think it's the right time. Somebody said Holy Tabernacle. Shout out to Solar Facts, man. What's up with you, my brother? Peace to Solar Facts and everybody out there. Well, without further ado, man, I'm going to bring him on since he's here already, and I'm excited, man. Shout out to John Newsom. You always coming through with the bomb, man.
Mm-hmm.
Without further ado, man, I want to introduce to you, coming live to the Podcraft, Ronnie Pontiac, man. Make some noise.
There's the headphones right there.
How are you, man? Man, how are you, my brother?
Happy to be here.
Yeah, man. We're glad to have you too, man. What's been going on? What you been up to?
I've been busy. I was just at Philosophical Research Society talking about astrology.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Astrology, man. That's right up AD's alley right there. Yeah. Well, we love all of that stuff. Oh, man. So, what was it about today about the astrology?
It was 4 astrologers, 5 really, talking about how we got into it,
right?
Why astrology is helpful, what might be coming up, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I see a lot of people relate the astrology even to the Bible, and they said that it wasn't really the characters of it; they were really astrology figures and things like that.
Astrotheology.
Astrotheology.
Yeah, for sure.
Is that where we're going? A little bit.
We could. We weren't doing it that night.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now we got a lot, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I know you heavy into the metaphysics, and on this channel, we love that. Could you tell us a little bit about your background, like what got you into it?
Sure. Where do I start? I was raised by a couple of war survivors, refugees. They were atheists, and I didn't really have any kind of religion or spirituality growing up, although I had feelings about that kind of thing. And by the time I was 17, I fronted a band that was a pretty bad band, like nihilist, racist, like fucked up. You know, like I was on a death trip.
Wow.
And I got notorious in LA. And then I happened to be at a club one night trying to find my guitar player who'd quit because he got smart. You know, he realized, I don't want to do this crazy shit. And this girl walked up to me, and she obviously didn't belong there, I could tell, you know. And she was scared. And she said, you know, can you help me, please? I'm in trouble. That was an intense moment, man, because I was somebody that was into doing evil. Like I was violent, I was a thief, I was a liar, I was just not a good person. And here was this angelic little creature, like asking me for help, and something moved me. So me and my drummer protected her from these 5 guys, and we fell in love. And she moved in with me 2 weeks later. And it changed my life completely. Like love just opened me up. Like I wasn't hateful anymore. I wasn't racist anymore. I wasn't, you know, I was still cynical. But then a little bit after that, I was at a really great bookstore that doesn't exist anymore called the Bodhi Tree.
Man.
And I found,
Bodhi Tree.
It was a good place. And I found a book. It looked like this old tome full of dark knowledge, but it was really The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manley Hall.
Right.
And so I opened it up, and it's dedicated to the rational soul of the world. And I'm like, what? Like what? I thought the world was a jungle, you know? Like I thought human beings were the worst thing in the world. Like it was all chaos.
Right.
And here's this man saying, there's a rational soul to all this. And I start reading, and it's this whole history. If anybody's ever read it, it's pretty amazing. It's like the whole Western history of esotericism, and it's talking about people who really risked their lives to be able to share this information with us, who wanted a direct divine revelation, a direct spiritual revelation. And they made diagrams, and, you know, I mean, people really literally were executed by the church for doing this stuff, or for even selling some of these books. Right. And Manley Hall had acquired this incredible collection, and he wanted to preserve it for the future. So he created this book, and he filled it up with all this information. And each chapter I'm reading about this, and I'm like, I'm really getting moved, because I'm like, whoa, like, I didn't realize that there were people like this in the world, and the revelations that they were giving, and it changed my life completely. So I found out from a friend that he was still alive, and he was giving lectures for $1 on Sundays.
Wow.
It took me 3 months because, you know, I felt like he and the people at his place would see me, you know, and they would just be like, get out of here, you evil fucker, you know, like I just, and my girl, Tamara, she said to me, won't you feel stupid, man? Like, he's old, you know, like go see him before he dies, and, you know, see him talk. So it was April, like it is now. We went down there one Sunday morning. It was a beautiful day. And I was at the time really freaked out about earthquakes in California because a friend of mine was like into Edgar Cayce and was convinced California was going to drop off into the ocean any minute.
Yeah.
And she wanted me to move with her to Virginia. So I'm all, thinking about this. And during the lecture, Manley Hall looked right at me and he said, people who have irrational fear of natural disasters because of guilt over how they've been living their lives.
Wow. Like you read your soul.
Yeah, man, I was just blown away, And later when I worked with him, I found out that he couldn't see me even. Like he had bad vision by then. So but somehow he just delivered the message straight at me, And so I was so blown away, and he delivered a message to my girl too. She'd been walking up, and she saw this little weed coming out of cracks in the cement, and it had a flower. And he looked at her and he said, people who have very difficult beginnings, but then they break through them like a little weed that grows up through the concrete and makes a beautiful flower. So the both of us were like, we got to be involved here. Like, I want to be around this guy. So we came back the next day and we tried to volunteer. And they wanted her because she had some skills. She had worked in an office and stuff, and she had done a bunch of jobs for about a month or two, but got skills. And for me, it was like I had like biker gang for security,
Right.
Like I had nothing, But they asked me this question: do you have any familiarity with foreign languages? And I said, yeah, I grew up around like French and German and Russian and Polish. And they're like, okay, So they called up, they offered her a job. And I was pissed, I was like, no, like I'm not staying home with the cats while you go work there,
Right.
And she was like, okay, that's good, because I don't want to do this shit anyway. Like that's why I quit those jobs,
Right.
But then they called the next day and they wanted to talk to me. And they said, Manley Hall wants to meet you.
What? Wow.
I was like, what? Exactly. And so we go down there the next morning. And they usher me into his office, which was this beautiful room filled with art. And he's sitting behind this huge Chinese desk. It's carved with dragons and stuff. It's beautiful. And he's got these 4 elderly women, 2 on either side of him with their arms crossed, giving me the skunk eye, right? But he's smiling and he says, come on in and make yourself miserable. And so I came in and sat down, and he had a pile of paper in front of him. And he pushed it in front of me and he said, young man, do you know what a galley is? And I said, no, sir. And he said, do you know what a bibliography is? And I said, no, I don't. And he said, well, a galley is how a book gets made. He said, a bibliography is a catalog. And this is the catalog of my collection of Rosicrucian and alchemical books and manuscripts. And it's almost done, but I need somebody to finish it. And I think it's you.
Really?
Yeah. So I said, that's awesome, but I'm so sorry. Like, I don't have the education to do this. I don't know the subject. I don't really know languages like that. And he said, no, I'm pretty confident it's you. He said, here, take this and read it in the library. So as I'm walking out with this manuscript, the VP of the place comes running around. This woman used to be an officer during World War II or something, the Korean War. And she grabs it out of my hand. She says, that was a mistake. And I was like, yeah, it was. And I was overjoyed, like Tamara and I went home and I was just telling her, oh my God, I was in his office and he's so cool. It was just a thrill.
Man.
But when I got home, the phone rings and it's his secretary. And she says, you, Manley Hall, first thing in the morning in his office tomorrow. Okay. So I go back. Manley Hall says, young man, you take orders only from me. If anybody contradicts what I tell you, you come and you tell me. Now, I feel confident that you're the right one for this job. And this is how we're going to do it. In the morning, we'll get together and I'm going to tell you what I want you to do. Then we can have lunch in the vault. And you can look at the books and manuscripts. And I'll answer your questions. And then in the afternoon, I'll check your work. And I feel confident that it's going to be good. So I just thought, lunch with Manley Hall in the vault? Like, I get to look at those books and ask him questions. Like, yeah,
What?
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah. So I started working for him. And the amazing thing was that I totally had the aptitude to do it. Like he saw something in me that I didn't know I had.
Yeah.
And so then he liked my work so much that he wanted me to be his research assistant. And so I worked with him every day for 7 years. And I became his substitute lecturer when he couldn't do lectures because he'd get sick or something.
Yeah.
And eventually I became his screener.
Wow.
And Tamara became his screener. She was actually his favorite screener. So anybody that was going to meet with him had to go through us. And it was just a beautiful 7-year adventure. Everybody there was so amazing and completely life-changing. And he had such a love for culture, like the whole world, you know, like he loved everything and he would be excited about learning new things.
Wow.
And that, I caught that, Tamara caught that. We loved culture. I say loved because she passed away in July.
Oh man.
But,
Right.
but it was just changed our lives completely. I mean, it was a beautiful time.
Man, you actually were chosen, picked by Manley P. Hall. Man, let me give you another bomb. That's incredible. Didn't even know it, and that whole experience was like from another, just like another world.
Oh yeah, completely. I mean, I was ignorant, dark. You know, I was a bad person, into doing damage in the world, and he completely just turned me into this other human being who just loves life and loves information and knowledge, loves helping people. He was and he was so great to be around, man. He was really funny and like really sweet and just such a really like the most wholesome person I ever met in my life. I mean, he was really great. And he had his knowledge, like when he and his wife, Marie, we would hang around with them a lot. We could like go have dinner with them at their house, or they would take us to a restaurant they liked. We would go to museums with them sometimes. And then to listen to them talking, like they both had such intense, deep knowledge of world culture. They would get in front of some sculpture or something. They knew when it was, they knew the legends, and they would discuss some aspect of the symbolism, you know. It was just, seeing a different way of life.
Wow.
And a different way of aging, by the way, because the man's in his 80s, and
I was going to ask you that too.
He would tell me, like, he'd be working and he'd say, I need this book, and you're going to find it on the second shelf, on the way in the back of the library. It's got a red, I mean, he knew, like, crystal clear.
Wow.
You know? Yeah.
The position where the books were?
Yeah. Truly
amazing.
Yeah.
Man, that's truly, so what type of books did he actually research? I mean,
when I was around him, he was doing a lot of Eastern stuff. Like his plan was to make a Secret Teachings of All Ages that was going to be about the East. Unfortunately, he was too old and there was too much new research happening and he couldn't like keep up with it. Gotcha. But he gave me a whole bunch of things that were materials that were going to be going into that book. So it was incredible to learn from him about those traditions. So he was really into like Taoism. He was really into Buddhism. Yeah, he was, I think, the first American to write about Shingon Buddhism, this Japanese form of Mahayana Buddhism. And all the books that were around, because I used to watch and see like what books he had around him, and they were all about Buddhism and Taoism, and so he reminded me of like this old Chinese master, you know.
Wow, embodied that. That's incredible, man. So the Taoism, things like that, and that led you on.
Yeah, major.
Wow. And so after that, take us down there. When did you start writing your books?
Those came really late, like because it's funny. And when he said that we had to leave, it was because he said, I'm getting really old and I'm going to be dying soon.
You knew that.
And he said, and all these people that are running the place with me, they're going to be dying soon. Wow. And he said, there's going to be a battle over the assets. And I don't want you kids to be here. He said, you shouldn't go through that. And he said, you need to go live your lives. And he'd already impacted us in big ways. Like he wanted me to go back to college, so I got a degree. He wanted Tamara and I to get married, and we didn't really want to get married because we thought like marriage was a death of love. But he was he had picked out a date with Marie that he thought was perfect after looking at our astrological charts. Wow. And then he offered to do the ceremony in his backyard.
Manley?
Yeah. And so it was so beautiful. You know, we were like, we got to do this. It's an adventure, you know, like we got to let the man marry us. So, but then when he told us that and he was like, you got to go, I thought he was testing me, you know, and so I tried to stay around and he would still give me stuff to do. But then a couple things happened. One was we warned him about a particular guy. We screened and we both got a very bad feeling about him. And it was the only person that he didn't listen to us about. And this guy kind of took over his life. And I think that he killed him. It's like no one's sure, you know, how he died, but I think the guy killed him because the guy actually got control over his estate, like right before this mysterious death. So it was really suspicious. And it was weird that he didn't agree with us, you know, and just, it was strange, but that was one reason. And then the other reason was I kept coming back to him and saying, you know, like I got into Harvard and into Duke for graduate studies. And I said, you know, what if I go and then I can get a degree and then come back and like defend your work because people don't take you seriously because you don't have a degree. And he was like, no, that's not for you. And I'd come back with other things and he'd be like, no. And then finally I came back and I said, you know, I was a musician before I came here. Like maybe I should do music. And I thought he would say no because he'd always like told me how he thought that modern music was an abuse of the mysteries. That it was using the technology of the mysteries, the loud sound, the colored lights, the smoke, the drugs, but they were just using it for money and pussy, you know, and that was opening up people's psychic centers, and then they didn't know how to use them, and it was messing up their lives. But to my shock, he was like, yeah, he's like, you should go back to music. So I go back out in the world, and this was like during the heavy, like MTV, like hair metal, you know, kind of thing. And it was like stupid, man. Like, you know, I wanted to do something deep. And I'm just talking to these guys who are just all about, you know, all the things that I'm not interested in. And so Tamara's watching this. And at a certain point, she said to me, you know, Ronnie, if those morons can play guitar, this moron can play guitar. She was like, give me 6 months, you know, like I'll learn how to play.
Really?
Yeah. And I said, well, if you're going to learn how to play, then why don't we learn together? So we started to play together, which was just incredible, so awesome.
Wow.
And she, who had been this shy, she thought she was stupid, she just really introverted girl, turned into this force. Like she became the singer, the leader of the band. She became a leader in a movement that was called Riot Girl, and just like a punk movement. And she helped, I think, like thousands of girls like form bands, like usually like girls who'd been traumatized, you know. And she would see them, she would encourage them, she would give them the contacts they needed to succeed in life, and we did that for a long time. And it was really fun. I just became like the guitar player, you know, and it was really great. It was like, instead of being like...
And you taught yourself right there. Yeah.
And I was like, instead of, you know, I'm Manley Hall's protege, everybody's thinking I'm going to, you know, like now I'm just the guitar player. It was really cool.
You and her.
Wow. And so we toured the country and we, you know, we were indie, like we did it all ourselves. And then after that we made documentaries. And so we like did a documentary about this incredible Cuban hip hop group called Los Aldeanos. They were illegal in Cuba, but they were the most popular music in Cuba. And they would do these secret gigs, and 1,000 people would show up. They all knew the lyrics, and like they were not allowed on the radio. They were like, the cops were all over them. It was amazing. Like it was a really hard film to make. Like members of the crew got arrested in Cuba. And so we did like that one. We did one about Mia Zapata and her band, the Gits, somebody who had been murdered right before they made it. And then we went on, and like Tamara worked on this Emmy-nominated film about the leaders of the Standing Rock protest. Yeah, it was really cool. And she worked on one about Wall Street, Occupy Wall Street. And then we did one with Edward James Olmos.
Wow.
Because this was kind of interesting because she wanted to help elect Obama. And so she went to work with Danny Goldberg, who was this famous music business guy who managed Nirvana and was president of Atlantic Records. He wanted to sign us. He told her that he could make us famous, but she didn't want to be famous. But they became friends for life.
Right.
And so she was like, do you want to work on Obama's campaign? And he was like, yeah. So she actually got it together, you know, and Obama's campaign said we need like big artists to come to key areas to try to kick over and get a victory in counties that we need. And so Danny was like, you know, you just use my name and call like Bruce Springsteen's manager, call this person's manager, and then tell them that they need to be in these counties. And it was really a trip to hear her like get on the phone with Bruce Springsteen's manager and go, hey, we need to get Bruce into, you know, Ohio on this date. And I remember like the manager said, we can't get the band together that fast. And Tamara said, just get an acoustic guitar. And we were talking about that. And she said, don't fucking talk about it. Just send him out here. Right. And they won every county that these artists appeared at. It was, I don't know if it was because of that, but it was really cool. But then when she saw Obama's really horrible deportation policy, which was really hurting people who'd been in America all their lives, and then Mexico wasn't taking them, and they were winding up living in this place called Zona Norte, which is like a sewer in Tijuana. And so we did a documentary with Edward James Olmos about that, and got it out there to, you know, let people know. So that was the next wave of our lives. And then, like when COVID came around, 2020, we had nothing to do. You know, like we couldn't play, we couldn't work on films. And a friend of ours who had also worked with Manley Hall, this incredible guitarist, Art Johnson. If you listen to Manley Hall's lectures online, this is the guy who recorded them. And he was also Lena Horne's music master, director, and played guitar with Lena Horne and with all these great artists.
Wow.
He was really exceptional. But he had written all these things but never finished anything, and he was dying. And he called us, and he was like, you kids got to get to work. Like, you've got so many stories to tell. He told her, you've got to write about your experiences with Manley Hall. Like, you were his pal, you know, and you had such a unique experience there. And he was telling me, you got to write down all this stuff you've been studying. And it you know, it really got to us. You know, he said, you know, I've got 2 feet tall of manuscripts and not one of them is ever going to be published. And we just felt like, shit, you know, like we got to get busy. So we started writing, and we did like 5 books in 3 or 4 years.
Wow. Man, that's crazy. It was wild to me is that he saw that in you from the get-go, and it all manifested the way it rolled up.
Yeah. And he saw it in Tamara too. Like, I think the reason he sent me into music was because that was the only way that Tamara could find herself. Like, if I'd been a professor, you know, from Harvard or something, she just would have been my wife.
Right.
If I'd, you know, all the other things I was thinking about, she just would have been like in the background.
Yeah.
But in music, she found this opportunity.
Yeah.
And then she found herself, and she became this incredible force, you know.
Wow. What was his take on music? Like, you know, what did he say about music?
He was really influenced by Plato and the idea that music can harm people or it can help people.
Right.
And so he felt like too much modern music is harmful, that it would bring out of people things that were damaging to them and to others.
Right.
But he believed that you could create music that would be inspiring and enriching to your soul, that would connect you, could even tune you to the higher cosmic wisdom. And so he wished that there was more music like that in the world. And like his friends were, he was friends with like Burl Ives and John Denver and like really kind of conservative to me, you know, kind of people, but who did make music that was a little bit more uplifting. And that's not really where we went. Like Tamara was very influenced by early hip hop. Like, she's the first person I ever knew who was into hip hop. She was into like King T, and she was into like, she had an NWA cassette demo, and she was into like Souls of Mischief and all these great, and of course Wu-Tang, and and she was super inspired. She said that she wanted her music to be like that, to talk about reality, to like tell the truth, and to do it without pulling punches.
Wow.
And that's what she did her whole life musically. She talked about the most like disturbing shit, you know.
Wow, salute to her. She became a vocalist. You said she started with the guitar, right?
Yeah, she could play guitar, bass, drums, and sing.
Man, that's crazy. Yeah. And your instruments?
Guitar, some keyboard, some bass, but mostly guitar.
Right.
And I could sing a little. Like, she'd always want me to, like, it was like, you know how the Stones would give Keith Richards one song, you know? Like, it was like, here, you can have one song.
Right, that's crazy. What was the name of the band?
Lucid Nation.
Lucid, I love that.
That's a good name.
Yeah,
Thank
Lucid
you.
Nation.
Anything with the word lucid.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It was meant as a joke, you know, like America's a lucid nation, you know, like it's a hallucination, right?
Hallucination,
like the reality is not the reputation, you know.
Right.
It also suggests the idea of us being in a simulation.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dream world. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
that's great. That's
the Matrix.
Yeah, that's
great.
And
then it's funny because eventually it did become kind of a symbol of a group, a community of people who were trying to be lucid. You know, like she was trying to bring lucidity into the world with her lyrics.
Speaking into manifestation. Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah.
Lucid Nation. That was dope, man. What a incredible. Did she write any books too, along with you, or help you?
Yeah, she did. She wrote a book on her own called Making the Ordinary Extraordinary, My 7 Years in Occult Los Angeles with Manley Hall. And that tells the story of our lives with him, which is a great book.
Dang.
And then she wrote with me a book called The Magic of the Orphic Hymns.
And I was going to ask you about the Orphic. Yeah.
And then she wrote a book with me called The Unobstructed Way, which is about life after death. And she was my editor, you know, like she was an incredible editor. And there's a couple books that haven't been published yet, like this is Sekhmet, and Egyptian goddess of justice. And we wrote a book about the resurgence of Sekhmet worship in the world. And that one is not done yet, but I'm going to finish it for her, you know.
Yeah. Near Lionsgate, too, the star system.
Yeah, it's related.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Man, and you came in with the astronomy, astrology. Yeah, that's heavy. All that connect. Orphic. Could you explain to the audience?
Sure, yeah, man. So, in ancient Greece, the like standard religion was Olympian. That's like Zeus and everybody. And in that culture, the most noble thing that you could be was a warrior. And to die a warrior's death was like, that was the best death. And women were really, like, even if like in Athens, which was quote unquote a democracy, if you got raped, it was the woman's fault. And it was like an automatic divorce. And at a certain point around 500 BC, this other religion kind of pops up, and nobody's quite sure where it came from. They used to think it came from India. Some people think it came from Egypt. Some people think that Pythagoras and his followers made it up. And it was the counterculture. It was like the first counterculture in the West. And it was so different. Like their thing was, they were against, for example, sacrificing animals to the gods because they believed in reincarnation. And they were like, hey, you know, first of all, what gods would want you to like kill a living being, you know, to like praise them? No, give the gods your actions. Give the gods flowers and honey and milk. And, you know, be nice to the animals. You know, that animal might have been your mother in another life for all you know.
Right.
And they were against war. Like they would look at a warrior. And when I say counterculture, it's like this. If you saw a warrior walking down the street in ancient Greece, everybody would be like, oh, you know, like there he is, the hero.
Right.
And not an Orphic. Like an Orphic would be walking by going, what a poor, pathetic asshole. Like this guy is killing for a living and he thinks it's cool. He's going to reincarnate over and over and over again until he wakes up.
Right. Like the first hippies.
They were, yeah. They were vegetarians.
Right,
vegetarians, they were into peace. They were like the first hippies. And they also had this theory about how human beings were created, which was that Zeus had a child, Zagreus, who was the baby Dionysius, and that the Titans were very jealous of Zeus. They hated him because he had replaced them as rulers of the universe. And so when they saw that Zeus was putting Zagreus on his own throne, the throne of the universe, which was a way of saying this is the future leader of the gods, they were just jealous and pissed. And so they came up with this plan to kidnap and kill and eat Zagreus so they could have his power. And then maybe they could take over again. And so they use these symbolic toys, a mirror, a ball of yarn, just a regular ball to play with. But these are symbols, like the ball is a planet.
Right.
The yarn is the interconnectedness of matter. The mirror is the way that when we incarnate, we sort of create these mirrors of our spiritual selves that are our bodies, reflections, right? And so they've waited for a moment when Zeus was busy, probably trying to screw some hot thing.
Right.
And they used the toys to draw Zagreus off the throne. And then they took him down into Tartarus and they killed him and they chopped him up and they made a soup out of him. Zeus finally figured out what was going on and he threw lightning at them. And the idea is that the human beings are born from the combination of the Titans and Zagreus and the fire of Zeus. And so we're children of the gods, but we're also children of the Titans. And the Titan part of us is jealous, hateful, violent. We hate the gods. We hate each other. The godly part of us has to be purified over time, over all these reincarnations. And then when we reach that point of purification, we don't have to incarnate anymore. And there was this really beautiful formula, which was, you would say, like when you died, you'd be approached by the guardians, and they would say, where are you going? Who are you? And the answer was, I'm a child of earth and of starry heaven, but my race is of heaven. You know this, so give me a drink from the lake of memory. And so instead of drinking from the lake of forgetfulness, where you would then go reincarnate again, you would drink from the lake of memory. You'd remember all your past lives, and then you would go join the feast of the gods.
Man.
So that's the Orpheus, the Orphic myths.
It's so dope.
I've heard this concept before, but what scares me is the idea of losing the contacts you've had before. Like, let's say your father decided to go back down and you decided to stay. It's like, I know we're like infinite souls, immortal souls, but you're up there waiting for them to come back. Like, do they ever drink from that, from the memories?
We're all destined to drink from the lake of memory. It just, and the thing is that where you wait is timeless. So this relates to that book, The Unobstructed Way, which is a trip. It was this couple, the Whites, the Stuart and Betty. He was in the 1920s and 1930s. He was this famous writer of like frontier and Western books and stuff. He was friends with Theodore Roosevelt.
Right.
And Roosevelt said he was the best shot that he ever met with a pistol or a rifle.
Right.
He was like a gold miner, a lumberjack. He was a World War II artillery officer and like just really manly guy. And his wife wound up investigating the other world. It was a kind of mediumship, but it wasn't like, usually when it's mediums, it's past lives or health or Atlantis, it wasn't like that. Like her training was, how do I experience the other side where we all go while I'm still here? And she achieved it. And then how do I describe, what that tells us about the meaning of life, why we're here, what we're supposed to be doing? And all this, I think, was because World War II was about to start, and they were giving people hope. These books were hugely successful during the World War II years, but then they completely disappeared. Like nobody knows about them. And so Tamara and I had found them through the suggestion of a friend, and Tamara had tried to read these books, and she was heavily dyslexic, and it's kind of old-fashioned writing. It takes a long time to get to where it's going.
Right.
So she would be like, "Oh God, I can't. What's he trying to say here, man?" You know. So eventually, she said to me, "Ronnie, can you translate this into modern English for me?" So I started reading the books, and I was like, whoa, like this is everything I've ever studied, like, but delivered in this simple, like, direct way. And so the idea there is that, similar to the Orphic, is that we are living in what they call the obstructed universe. And this is like a lab or a school. And we come down here to have experiences and to collect quality and quantity of consciousness, right? Like just as much consciousness as we can in each life. And eventually we reach the point where we achieve so much consciousness that we don't really have to come back. But many people do. It's the bodhisattva idea, just to help, you know? And so when you're in the unobstructed universe, which is not a different place, it's this universe. But the way to understand it that they gave, which is really beautiful, is, you know, if you go camping, all right, who's this?
That's
No
his cat.
sorries. I love cats.
He appears on
Yeah, he's a little different.
yeah, he'll hiss at everybody. He's a orange tabby, and he's a Virgo.
Yeah.
He's a lion.
He's crazy, yeah.
Well,
So he does a lot of hissing and
You can come over here if you want. So
yeah.
in the so when you're in the unobstructed,
Yeah,
I'm
he's a
sorry.
little, yeah, go ahead.
So let's say you're going camping,
right. Yeah, I get
and
a treat.
so it's nighttime, and everything is claustrophobic, right? Like you can't see anything. You don't see color. You don't see, if it's a cloudy sky, everything's dark,
Right.
and you feel like there's no horizon. Like your life is this almost like black and white, really black kind of thing where there's no light,
Right.
you know? And so the result is that this is like what the obstructed universe is like for most people. We have this very restricted view of what life is. And then when it's dawn, all of a sudden you can see for miles. And you see all the colors of the trees, and you see like the colors of the flowers, and you hear the birds start singing. And so this is the comparison. When we're in our bodies, it's like camping at night. When we get out of our bodies, it's like the sun comes up and the birds start singing, and we can see everything. And so they said that when you die, when you cross over, you have access to all consciousness. Like you're still you, but you can be anywhere. You can know everything. You can. It's like you see the past and the future together, and you live in this timeless, spaceless kind of reality, which is the same thing that Jung said about the unconscious. And Jung was very influenced by these books, actually. Yeah. And so it's very Orphic. It's this idea, to answer your question, AD, that when we're in the obstructed, we don't have much awareness of the people that are gone. And sometimes they can communicate to us. Tamara has communicated to me in different ways.
Medium.
Through electronics, through dreams, through all kinds of stuff. But even then, it's so restricted. But for her, she can see what I'm doing. She remembers everything. She sees where I'm headed. She's like, she knows, she can see how, the world is headed. And so if you're waiting, for example, for your father who came down, you can be active in trying to help him. You can try and help him have a better life and to help him achieve that consciousness so that when he dies, he can be with you and stay with you.
This ancient wisdom is incredible, man. It's like, and how they all relate, because that's how the world was. Like when you were saying, I was thinking of the Duat, the boat, the river stuff.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow, so it's all related.
Yeah, it's also like it's the secret of the golden flower in Chinese philosophy, right? That we, like the way they say it is that we are born with what they call a lower soul. It's really just one soul, the higher and the lower, but it feels like they're separate because the lower soul is totally involved in keeping this machine going, right? You know, like millions of cells, and the organs have to be harmonized, and you've got to learn how to talk and walk and have a life, and it's really complicated.
Right.
And as Aristotle said, the angst of the soul in the body is like the ancient Etruscan pirate torture of tying a captive face to face with a corpse. Right? So your soul is like going, oh man, get me out of here. Like it's so compressed and so limited and so drastic. And when you live there, you begin to hate life. You fear life. You feel like life is this big thing that doesn't care about you and it's going to roll over you, and you're afraid for everyone you love, and it's hard to even love. And you feel like I did when I was a kid, like this is just a jungle, and you know, victory to the cruelest, right? But then as you awaken the golden flower, the higher soul, which is always there and has the consciousness of what the unobstructed, then you actually begin to love life. You don't really understand, like you stop trying to figure out what is this, is it biological, is it the brain, how is it, you start going, I don't know what this is, but it's incredible. Like what a mystery life is, right? Like how these experiences happen to us, and the way that they're the synchronicities that occur, and the beautiful things and the ugly things that happen, and it all just takes on this incredible love, really. And even your enemies in a way become fellow travelers through this particular space-time, and you feel like we're all on the same ship together, and when you get that going, it's like you wake up to the part of you that is infinite, that is outside time, and you don't relate the same. So then you realize that instead of thinking this world is just going to keep going and then I'm going to disappear and everything I love is frail and is doomed, you realize that this world is going to disappear. That like every moment, parts of our world are disappearing. And so you cherish it more because you know that your little cat that comes over and hisses is only going to be with you so long. And so you don't get angry because the cat did something. You feel this total love because you're together. And that's what, like with Tamara and I, we had an amazing relationship. Just like it was magic. And so it's like writing a masterpiece or something. And while you're living it, it's incredible. It's so beautiful. And like the world is sort of dancing with you as you create this life. Right. And then when she's gone, it's sad and lonely because, of course, I want her physical presence, but what you did together, that masterpiece of a life that you created, just is like humming, like ringing out in the world. Right. And you feel it, you feel like, man, that's how you live, like that's what love means. And that's the kind of thing that so many people have forgotten. People have forgotten how to love, and they have forgotten that this world can be loved, and it can love you back,
Yeah.
I had a question about the astrological. They say, according to your sun sign, like if you're a Pisces, you've been through all of the other signs already. Does that mean that after Pisces, you're basically done?
I don't know. First, I don't know. I think that's more of a symbol than an actuality, because I think that people can incarnate in different signs depending on what the necessity is during that time and place for them to experience. Like, in a way, the sign we incarnate in, all the signs we incarnate in, of course, because our planets are in different signs, are a judgment. They force us to experience the world in a certain way. And my experience has been that, for instance, as an astrologer, if you want to meet somebody who's like a Gemini and you want to go, oh man, that's a Gemini. Like usually it's the more unevolved people who really like show the sign. Like you really go, yeah, that's an Aquarian, like myself.
Oh, cool.
But then as you evolve, it's hard to tell what sign somebody is. Like they begin to sort of have all the signs, right?
Yeah. Well, don't they also become more of their North Node?
The North Node is like the direction that the life should be taking, and it's the learning that you need to be doing during this life. And so yes, that hopefully that's what we do. A lot of people retreat into the South Node, which is what we're used to in past lives, and it's so easy to kind of slip away into that. The North Node's more challenging because you have to do things that you're not comfortable with.
Yeah.
And then of course the midheaven, that's
my challenge is that my South Node is my sun sign. So as I get older, I'm becoming less of myself.
That's wild.
So my North Node's Virgo. So I started off this crazy pothead Pisces. And as I get older, I quit the weed. I'm cleaning more. I'm more concerned about digestion and the foods and
that's funny.
Precision. The anxiety is going up a little bit more. I'm like, I'm turning into a Virgo.
Right.
But my sun's in the 6th house. My North Node's in Virgo. My Saturn's in Virgo. And I'm like, bro. And I got girls telling me, you've got a lot of Virgo energy. I'm like, wow, they can tell. Yeah. It's just interesting. I'm just noticing that.
Well, I'm still go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask what is the North Node because I'm still trying to get.
I will explain it. Let me answer you first, and then I'll answer yours. Right. So the thing is that when the planets are in opposition, they actually work together. Not the planets, the signs. Sorry. When they're in opposition, they actually work together. So, Virgo provides what Pisces was missing, and vice versa. And it is interesting that somebody to have like the sun in that South Node. That's unusual, and but the sun is more like your day-to-day ego self, right? Like your vital energy, and so as you evolve into the other side of that, you begin to integrate the opposite.
Yeah.
And that makes you a more complete person. And the trick is to keep them both going, because sometimes what happens if you get really heavy into the North Node, like for me, my North Node is in Scorpio.
Oh, wow.
And so my whole life I was obsessed with like death and afterlife stuff and sex and and Taurus was not happening. Like I wasn't into security, I wasn't into comfort. Tamara was a double Taurus, moon ascendant and Mars. And so she brought that into my life, and she taught me to enjoy like security, like to enjoy comfort, to enjoy food, to be sensual, not just like Scorpio sexuality is like, it's got to be like crazy and, do everything that's forbidden, kind of thing. And so the balance was so beautiful, like learning, like when you put them together, like it was like more complete. And so I could really appreciate the world, like nature, for example. I always kind of appreciated nature, but Tamara had this incredible love of nature and this rapport. Like Tamara could not like feed hummingbirds. She would have like 200 hummingbirds like in a few months, like everything she did, like plants, everything around her just flourished. And her eye, she's an incredible photographer, as well as all these other things she did. She was a martial artist, and by the way, in an African school of martial arts.
Wow.
And she would she would see things in nature that I would have missed. And then through her eyes, I learned to see and love these aspects of nature. And it went so well with my Scorpio side, and they feed each other, right? So your Virgo and Pisces are feeding each other, and it's just a question of finding the balance. And probably the reason that the Virgo side is becoming dominant is because as you're experiencing it as something new, your brain kind of gets in there and starts to go, okay, whoa, what's this? And like you get super involved in it. Yeah. But you can retreat back to the Pisces side, right? And then there you can recharge yourself. And when you get them both functioning together in a rhythm, it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
You know?
Thanks, man.
And then the North Node, the nodes are essentially, you could call them a phantom spot, but they're a calculation based on the moon. And it's when you were born, these nodes are for everybody, right? Like of that time, but they're constantly moving. And they tell you, the South Node, many astrologers say that the South Node is related to past lives. And that it's where you are most comfortable emotionally because you are already familiar with that side of life. The North Node is where you have to reach in order to get a better understanding of who you are and what your destiny and mission is in life. Because one of the things, people talk a lot about possession, right? Possession by spirits or possession by demons or archons or all this stuff. And in the unobstructed way, they say that something much more dangerous than those kind of possessions is what they call possession by the living. And what possession by the living is when you come down here to do something, to learn something, but also to accomplish something that's yours uniquely to do. But then you get in life, you get your family, you get teachers, you get people who have a vision for you, and they force you to be that vision. It could be religion, it could be a career, it could be, a relationship. Right. And you forget your mission. And for most people, they never accomplish their mission, right? They come down here going, I'm going to do this. And then they wind up being in the church and raising kids and having a good job. And that's not what they came down to do. Right. And that's why so many people have those midlife crises where they feel like, oh my God, I'm lost. Like, this isn't me. And a lot of people think that's like, oh, I didn't fuck enough, or I didn't have fun, or whatever. But it's deeper than that. It's why did you come here? Right. Like, what are you uniquely able to do that the world needs? And when you discover that, that's your North Node. That's the direction that you need to take. So for me, as I said, my North Node was Scorpio. So my fascination with death and sexuality had a spiritual dimension that led to me transforming as a person and took me from being the worst kind of expression of Scorpio, right? The snake, the scorpion, somebody that was just out for myself and out to hurt people, and lifted me to the eagle side of Scorpio, and to have that vision, that wider vision, and to be there, trying to be at least a blessing to other people by sharing that vision. Right. And so when I've been that in my life, it worked out for me. But when I don't do that, when I'm looking at the wrong things and my life doesn't work out, and that's often the case for people. So the North Node can be a hint. Yeah.
Wow. Dan, thank you for that. What's Manley P, real quick? What was Manley P North Node?
I don't know offhand. He was a Pisces. I know that, with Aquarius rising.
Right. You see things.
Priest is a Leo with a moon in Aquarius.
Oh, that's cool.
And what's interesting is when you listen to his lyrics, he obviously is going to express himself as a Leo, so everything is big and he shines everywhere he goes. But the depth of Aquarius comes out in his lyrics.
The depth of the
depth,
for sure. Yeah.
Depth, because Aquarius is deep. Very deep.
That's your sign.
Yeah.
Wow.
They can go very deep, out of this world, astrologically, and anything futuristic, anything having to do with a spirituality too, anything very deep. Jason Silva, if you know Jason Silva, he's also Aquarius. Very deep person and highly intellectual.
Yeah.
So Priest has that in his moon sign.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Oh, yeah.
The funny thing about Aquarians is Aquarians are the ones who, if you ask them for advice, they'll say, oh, well, you could do this, or you could do this, or you could do this, or you could do this.
Yeah.
And then you say, hey, but which one? And they'll be like, I don't know, there's 10 different things you could do, they're funny. We see the whole big picture, but sometimes it's hard for us to focus on one part of it.
Panoramic.
Yeah, exactly.
And Aquarius is the image, the symbol of the Aquarius is the what?
It's those, they look like water or waves of electricity. There's two of them.
Yeah, the electricity
It's the water bearer.
Right.
They hold the water that the Pisces swim in.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's like an alphabet too, right?
Yeah.
Kemet and ancient.
And now we're in the age of Aquarius,
right.
or on the cusp, as some would say.
Possibly.
Right?
There's a lot of argument about that.
Yeah, some say that we jumped to the age of Aquarius right on December 21st, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And then some say that the calendar is 8 years behind, in which case 2020 was the switch. So many people say different things with the Mayan calendar.
Manley Hall thought that we were still, like, even from here, we were probably another 100 years off, because he's looking at the precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah.
And but I will say that we are living this year through this massive astrological change.
Yeah.
That's really kind of exciting, because we've been living for a long time. Well, up until, like, starting in 2008, Pluto was in Capricorn.
Mm-hmm.
That's rough. Like, Pluto in Capricorn is Christian nationalism, elitism, like, conservative.
Yeah, very.
Everything's like, austerity and
money.
Yeah, and money, and it's difficult. And just about 2 years ago, it shifted into Aquarius. But the other planets were still in very difficult positions. Saturn and Neptune have been in Pisces.
Yeah.
And that's the end of a long cycle. And Pisces, those planets in Pisces are also favoring Christian nationalism and traditionalism, and like rejecting freedom, rejecting individuality, trying to make people conform.
Yeah.
And then Uranus has been in Taurus for 7 years. It just changed like a couple days ago. And Uranus in Taurus is always a shit show.
Yeah.
And it's just the worst place for Uranus, because Taurus wants stability, security, comfort, and Uranus is disruption. So it disrupts all that, right? And so we have been living in a time where the 4 outer planets were in earth and water signs. And what does earth and water make? Mud, right? Mm-hmm. So we've been living in this time when it's just been like mud. Like, everything that's happening has been so difficult and slow, and the feeling that life's hard, and that there's a lot of cold and darkness. And we are now living in a time of air and fire. So you could not have a more different astrological atmosphere from where we've been over this last period to where we are now. It's going to take time for that to become obvious, but it is totally a major change. And the kind of forces that help people to do the kind of things that have happened, of forcing people into conformity, of the billionaires just sucking up all the money, the elitism, the corruption. For a while, there was an astrological weather that supported all of that. Mm-hmm. No more. Like, the new astrological weather is all about individuality, about freedom, about equality. It's a big change.
Yeah, and so it's funny how you mentioned that Pluto went now into Aquarius, and now we're all of a sudden talking more about UFOs.
Yeah. UAPs.
UAPs.
New name.
Yeah.
Interesting, right? But it's a lot of UFO talk or UAP talk. It's a lot. It's so obvious. Okay, something's going on. They're talking about, releasing all these files about UFOs supposedly, and it's a lot more alien talk on the, even Joe Rogan show and stuff.
It's so Aquarian, right? Like, open to the whole universe, not just because Capricorn's trying to force you. Like, Capricorn's gone. This was the thing that got me about Manley Hall, for example, like that. I feel so bad for people who live in a form of Christianity where they're like, everybody else is wrong. And if you don't do it just right, you burn eternally. And instead, like, Manley Hall lived in a world where all the religions were right. Like, they were all saying the same thing in different ways. And you had like this beautiful, we're so lucky because through the internet, we have pretty much the entire history of human spirituality available to us. And so we can see what people have believed all throughout time. And that is amazing. It's so beautiful to be able to understand that, and to have to approach that with fear is such a shame, it seems to me. But it's very Capricorn, right? Like Capricorn says, this is right. And you all have to conform to what's right. And Aquarius comes along and says, no, like, everything's right. And the only thing you got to conform to is non-conformity. Like, you be you. You find out who you are. You find your own revelation, right?
Yeah.
And it's not that God has got this exclusive, religion to reach people. God is, wherever you want to call God, the divine is trying to reach us in all these different ways, in all these different times and places, including right now. And that revelation of spirituality and of divine energy is ours to have. And we don't have to like force ourselves into this little vision of something that somebody's probably using just to gain power and wealth. And unfortunately, most of the time that people try to enforce that conformity, that's what they're doing. And in this new time, that is not going to fly. Like, this is about individuality, about people discovering what that mission is that you came down here to do. Because just imagine how different the world would be. Because this is the thing. If you come down here and you don't do the thing that you're supposed to be doing, then you leave a mess, right? Like, things that needed to get done aren't done. And so other people have the problem to deal with now. But if you come down here and you do what you can do, you have this incredible magical experience of life, and you are able to share that with people and improve their lives. So imagine if we could get, even just a few million people who realize what they came here to do and who actually do it. And so they're in a sense manifesting the plan of the gods, right?
Yeah. Interesting. And now we have Uranus going into Gemini.
Yeah.
That should be interesting.
It will be. A lot of astrologers are pointing out that America's fought a lot of wars with this, and usually the wars start in Uranus and Taurus, which we did. We just started one, so
yeah.
And then usually they get worse. But the thing is, the difference between the two is that Uranus is really uncomfortable in Taurus, where again Taurus is earthy. It wants stability, and Uranus is all about breaking that up. And Gemini is curious. Uranus and Taurus is stubborn. Like this is the right way. I see it. This is how it is. Don't tell me how you see it. I don't even want to know. Like, you're just wrong. Gemini is like, okay, so what's the other side of this? Like, Gemini wants to know all the different ideas.
Yeah.
And Uranus is going to be more comfortable there. And I think we're going to see, of course, every time Uranus is in Gemini, there are huge explosions in technology. And so we're looking at a very different world. I've been telling people for a few years now, like, the world we've been living in just now is going to look quaint soon. Like, it's going to be old-fashioned. And the new world is going to rapidly arrive. And some of it's going to be a bad thing, like really, disruptive to life. Like, AI is really good in some ways, and in other ways it's really fucking up a lot for people.
Yeah.
And we're going to have to figure out, humanity's going to have to figure out how to make that work. And at the same time, you're going to be seeing, I have friends who are in the tech world, and they tell me that we're going to be seeing, robots walking down the street within a few years who are connected to AI. So
I was going to ask you about
you're going to be able to like, have a robot do your dishes and your taxes, and instead of searching on an engine or on ChatGPT, you're going to go, hey, it'll be like having Data from Star Trek or something.
Yeah.
And you're going to go, hey, can you tell me about what happened here and how I can fix it, and the robot will tell you, or will do it. And so that world is going to be so different than the world that we live in now. And I think it's going to push us back toward what it means to be human.
Yeah.
Right.
And also build our discernment. Like, I think actually the funny thing about AI is that it will wind up teaching us to be able to tell what's bullshit more, like people, we will evolve too.
Right.
And we'll be able to tell when something's fake, and we'll be able to value things that are human, and it will bring out, I think, more of a feeling of there will be some people like some of these oligarchs who want to like become machines and live forever. It's like, how fucking stupid. Like, you're already an eternal being. Like Like, but you want your body to live forever? Like, why would you want to be in a cage forever, man? Like,
Yeah.
but okay, so there'll be people like that who'll use, enhancements of vision or strength or of their children being genetically modified and such. And that's an experiment that humanity is kind of on some level dying to have. But I think there'll be a lot of other people, as we're seeing with many young people today, who are like giving up their smartphones for flip phones, right?
Wow.
And who are saying, no, we want to opt out of this tech stuff because they want to have a more human experience. They want to feel life in a more direct kind of way and not have it constantly moderated and curated for them by technology.
And this is all kind of like energy of the age of Aquarius too, even though we may or may not be completely in it yet.
Yeah.
We're definitely headed towards there with all this knowledge, the internet, cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder also if the elite, and most likely, they say, millionaires don't know astrology, but billionaires do.
Right.
By J.P. Morgan. But if they're planning this new world order, they probably have it down astrologically.
Sometimes I feel like when I watch the timing of things, it makes me think, well, somebody's got an astrologer, or for that matter, they could be using ChatGPT because it's a pretty good astrologer, and they're timing things. I've heard, I don't know if this is true, but a friend of mine who's pretty connected told me that, for instance, that the current president has both a psychic and an astrologer. I don't know if that's true, but there have been, like, for instance, the timing of what just occurred happened right when Uranus shifted into Gemini, like right on it, and if you were an astrologer, you would tell somebody who wanted to do this kind of event, this, like, I'm not judging whether this was real or not, I'm just saying that if you were going to put something up that was going to astonish everybody, you would do it right then, like astrologically. And so it always makes me wonder. But the thing about these oligarchs and their plans for the New World Order, and before I say this, I want to also point out that Manley Hall used the phrase New World Order.
Wow.
But Manley Hall's idea of what the New World Order was very different. It wasn't like this, oligarch government in which, only the people who have money have a decent life. He thought that the New World Order was something that would be spontaneously created by the evolution of human spirituality. That as human beings evolved together, that we would rise into a place where we would be able to live much better lives and make more intelligent decisions about society and about government and about caretaking the planet. And we would all do that together. It's kind of like, again, to go back to Star Trek, I don't know why I'm bringing up Star Trek so much, but like the Federation, like it would be like this group of enlightened people, and not like a small group, but like everybody would be joining together in this more enlightened viewpoint and helping to create this better world. And if you think about it, what I talked about earlier about the unobstructed aspect of our souls, no AI can touch that, right? Like you have within you a cosmic awareness that is bigger than any AI could ever be, because AI, because AI is limited to human experience, like to human data, but there is a cosmic awareness inside every human soul that surpasses that and isn't translatable into words and numbers and algorithms. Right. And that's, for instance, sometimes seen through intuition, when you have these incredible moments where you just know something and you do the right thing. It might save your life or save somebody else's life, but it's inexplicable by logic. And words, even when I'm attempting to communicate to everybody here, the words are a barrier, right? Like I'm trying to make magic with words so that you can see through them and you can get an idea of these concepts that are bigger than words. And so when the oligarchs are thinking about a new world order, they're seeing it as, we're better than everybody and we're going to control everything and screw everybody else. They'll have to fend for themselves and figure it out. In fact, we need a bunch of them to die because there's just too many. Like that whole kind of way of thinking, that's hubris. And even the ancient Greeks understood, as they proved in their theater, that hubris always leads to failure. And if you think of that picture of Prince Andrew in the back of the police car, right, where he just looks horrified because he knows, oh my God, like I'm going to actually be held accountable for what I did. That's the look that all people who live lives of hubris wind up with. That's the look that all bullies wind up with, because ultimately they are doomed to fail. And it's they used to say, the Greeks said it was because of the gods were offended. And that's not a bad way to put it. But it's also because when you live a life of hubris and you don't care about humanity and earth and other people, and you have this, I know what I'm doing, I know I'm right kind of attitude, that you don't understand what Socrates meant when he said that the only thing that I know is that I don't know. And that's the most important first place to start, is to never fall into the false confidence of certainty. I mean, you can be certain about certain things, like material things in the world, but to be certain about the metaphysical things, about decisions that involve billions of people or the fate of the planet, like that's stupid. Like no one can be certain about those things, no matter how much AI power you bring to bear. And so when you live a life in that false certainty, you sort of seal your own doom and your own suffering. And in the meantime, the reaction to that grows. And I think this is what the if you want to call it the age of Aquarius right now, I mean, Pluto and Aquarius won't last in age, but it'll go into Pisces eventually. But while we're here right now, but while we're here in the air fire time, this is a time of growing, for individuals, for people who want a better world, who want to caretake nature, who want people to have a chance to succeed, who care about the fate of children. And like, this is the time of reinvention and gaining power for people like that. And we will find a way to rise above all the plans of the oligarchs, and they will be left in the dust of history as an example to later generations of human beings of what not to do.
Right. Hey, we got
here's that picture real quick.
That's the one.
Of, Prince Andrew, and then
that's the look that every oligarch, every oligarch, every bully, man, all those guys that are online telling young boys that women suck and they turn worthless, and they're all going to wind up there, man. It could be because they get sick someday and their body fails them. Right. It could be because somebody betrays them. It could be because they miss out on the world changing and they wind up being in the past. But that's how they end up.
Right. Hey, we got we have some fans of Manley Hall that's from the show, and you also. We're going to bring them on.
Sure.
Is that cool?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we got somebody you should know, Alexander.
Hey, dude. What's up, man?
What's up, my bro?
Yeah. What's up, man? Good to see you.
We have Hakim.
Yes.
Yeah. We have Hakim also.
Oh,
got you.
Yeah, Hakim.
I'm going to let him in next.
All right. How you doing, man?
I've been really enjoying your conversation. I've been listening to it, and I thought this is my first time really understanding the unobstructed way when you were talking about the whites, and I felt a much better understanding of what they had to say, and so I really appreciate that. That's a very fascinating story. I wasn't aware of the details of that.
Oh, thank you, man. I would not be here if it weren't for you,
Oh, or you mean on the podcast?
Yeah.
Well, it's a natural fit. We should all be in the same circles,
Yeah.
John Newsom.
Yeah.
John Newsom.
Yeah.
Right.
Good man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up a little bit on the astrology talk because I've had something on my mind and I wanted to get your input and AD and KP as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that has to do with the archetype of Saturn. I've been thinking about this a lot. And like in my researches in the Manley Hall, when he would talk about in different cultures, when the rise of an imperial spirit and the sort of fall of civilization into a dark period, and then the rise of an elite that would rule over humanity in this dark age. He mentioned in several places, talking about different cultures, how this ruling elite would be possessed by the archetype of Saturn.
Yeah.
And then I was watching a clip more recently of Jordan Maxwell. AD, I know you'll appreciate this, and he was talking about how the Saturn symbolism is so pervasive in at least the religious symbolism of many of our like the religious cults that are followed by the power elite in the modern world. And for example, you see the archetype of Saturn symbolism in very strongly in like the Zionist kind of ideology and symbolism. And so, and he also points out other ways so you can see this archetype of Saturn. So I just wonder if y'all can touch on this and help like spread my awareness a bit more. I want to do more research on this. I feel like there's a good article or podcast or something on this subject, but what comes to mind when you hear about the archetype of Saturn?
Oh, looking at me? All right.
Let's say AD if you saw that off.
No, I'll let him go in because
All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So Saturn is the last of the inner planets, right? It's the culmination of the inner planets. The outer planets are a different level, if you will. And so in a way, Saturn will always be the culmination of earthly ambitions. It's as far as you can go unless you bring the cosmic level in, right? And so those who are not willing to have that cosmic awareness, so for example, the job of Uranus is to break up Saturn. And Uranus is a good example of it actually right now is the asymmetrical warfare, right? You know, you have the Saturn Israeli American military approach. We have the most money, the most power, $1 million rockets. But then Uranus comes along and says, you know, hey, we can make these things for a couple grand and we can make them all the time and we can smash up all your stuff. And then Saturn realizes that it's been completely like outmaneuvered. And then you've got Neptune, which dissolves Saturn. And Neptune has compassion in it. So, you know, Neptune is not going to wage war and like kill children and deliberately bomb schools. And Neptune is going to, if it's going to wage war or have power, it's going to try to be compassionate in how it administers power. And then, of course, Pluto, ultimate, like this is death rebirth. This is, you are not here for your ends. You know, you are here for the planet. You are here for all of humanity. Now, if you take those elements out, so now we don't care about humanity, we don't care about the planet, we don't care about compassion, inspiration, imagination, we don't care about inventiveness and of disruptive new discoveries and of holding great value toward diversity and allowing others to be what they are, then you're stuck with Saturn. You know, you're all going to do what I say. I'm going to get all the power that I can onto myself. And the interesting thing about it too is if you look at Greek mythology, Saturn is Kronos, right? Kronos was the king of the gods before Zeus. And Kronos would eat the other gods when they were babies because Kronos wanted to maintain control forever. And Kronos was a cruel ruler, a cruel god. One of the great innovations that Zeus introduced when he became king of the gods was the law of hospitality. The idea that if a stranger, even an enemy, comes to you and they say, I'm in need, I'm hungry, I'm lost in the wilderness, you don't kill them. You give them food, you give them a place to sleep. You're actually showing them hospitality because that's civilization. Mm-hmm. And so we have slipped back into this Saturnian kind of view, which I think Pluto and Capricorn really invoked in a big way. And so everything in our world that was marked by Saturn became more powerful, more dominant, and we really rejected these outer planet human characteristics. And so, but one thing to remember about Saturn that people often forget is that Saturn can also be, it can be beautiful in terms of giving you what you've earned. Like if you work hard for a long time and you're humble and you really get yourself together, with a sense of responsibility for everyone and not just your own ends, Saturn will reward you with more responsibility. Saturn can also be really funny in a kind of a sarcastic, sharp way, and can deflate its own pompousness. And Saturn can also be really sexy. It's surprising to say, but after all, it's a goat, you know? And Elvis, a Capricorn, was ruled by Saturn and was, you know, this sex symbol that broke 1950s America out of its sleep, its rejection of eroticism, its racism, and woke people up to black music and to sexuality. And Saturn can do those things.
Marilyn Manson.
Yeah.
Is AD, have you come across any of the cult aspects, the idea of like Saturn worship?
I mean, yeah, you know, you've got on top of Saturn, it's got the with the hexagram going on. Yeah, have you seen that? It's like a hexagram, and that goes into the black cube. You're familiar with the black cube, and there's certain religions that, you know, worship the black cube. You know, Saturn is also known as the black sun. In astrotheology, Saturn is Satan. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. It just means it rules this world because it like he said, it's Chronos, and this world is ruled by time. So time rules this world, and then that's also where you get the sickle from the what do you call the guy that comes after you when you're about to die?
The Grim Reaper.
The Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper comes from Saturn, and that sickle is actually a ring of Saturn. Do you know what I mean? So you'll see that in the Nike logo. You'll see Saturn influence in so many logos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so the Nike is not a check mark. That is a ring of Saturn. You know what I mean? And that's not like worshiping Saturn per se, although some will say it is worship. You know what I mean? But it's another energy in astrotheology that has a lot of power. You know, we need Saturn. We need all the planets. You know, they all have a part within our body, as above, so below, as within, so without. So we just need to have that balance within us. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's definitely a lot of power within that. It's just the fanatical people that will take it to a literal sense and have worship and stuff like that. And you know, I was in a metal band for a long time, and we opened up for a band called Deicide, and they were like you know, total quote unquote Satan worshipers with upside down cross, and it's a lot of misinterpreted theology at the end of the day. Do you know what I mean? A lot of fanaticism. A lot of people just wanting to be anti-Christian, so they go the opposite direction just to choose the other team, so to speak. You know what I mean? Where at the end of the day, it's just another energy in the force field that's necessary. You know, a car battery has a positive and a negative. They both are necessary. You know what I mean? Sun and moon, Horus and Set. We can go on, you know? So, and it's always a different perspective on who the bad guy is, depending on what team you're on, you know? So we can go on and seeing all the similarities within Star Wars or TV shows and everything, but it has to be there, and it's definitely something that is something I looked into. It. When you look at where your Saturn is placed, like he spoke of it earlier, like my Saturn's in Virgo, it's not a bad thing, but it is the decision. It's where you draw the line in your life. You know, it's the decision maker. It's where you cut. It's the more serious. And then I don't got to explain to you about how the court system is technically Saturn worship because the judge is in the all black robe that represents Saturn and everything. So very interesting. But that's going into Jordan Maxwell. So shout out to Jordan Maxwell and Santos Bonacci, which I need to credit some of that information from.
And y'all both had them both on the Podcraft at different points, didn't you?
Yeah, we're gonna get Santos back on pretty soon too.
We had Jordan when he was alive.
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, that was great. Twice, yeah.
I was thinking about this in terms of what you were talking about with the Saturn and time, and the idea that these during like the death phase of an empire, like the final, like when it's at its most extreme, it makes sense that all over the world in different times and places you see this Saturn symbology pop up, and it's like time. The way I kind of look at it is almost like the time is bringing out a negative karma body, and it's being personified in this group of people, and they're manifesting through their own imbalances, they're manifesting the negative archetype of Saturn. And what that does is that it's like that Sith of Saturn. It like comes down and it cuts down everything, and in a way, it prepares for a new birth. But it's our own. I guess it's our own weaknesses and our own inability to harvest the positive side of the Saturn archetype that leaves us vulnerable to this group. So if that is the case, then that would explain a lot of the kind of political dynamics we're seeing at the present moment.
Yeah,
Because go ahead.
if you ever seen Marvel Avengers, you remember Thanos? Thanos was the Satan of the movie because he was coming to destroy half the universe with one snap of his finger for the greater good of the universe. You know, so that's a good example of what a Saturn's, archetype in a movie would be. I'm always referring to the comics because the comics are so referencing so many, theology.
So, Ronnie, what you were saying is interesting when you were relating the other planets to Saturn, because if we analyze the current world situation on this level of archetypes, then that means if we, are pinpointing the Saturn archetype as being prevalent at this point in time, maybe among certain ruling elite groups, then what can we learn from these other mythic archetypes about how we can transmute this Saturn energy into something positive? And you hinted at some of that, but maybe we can go back into it.
Sure. A couple things. One is, Marsilio Ficino, who was the father of the Florentine Renaissance, used to say when you've got too much Saturn, turn to Jupiter. And so that means deliberately cultivating optimism, generosity, good feelings, good spirits. So doing that in your own little part of the universe, right? This relates back to the Rosicrucians, who had the idea of what they called the universal reformation. But the idea of the universal reformation wasn't that it would just magically happen. It was that each person would individually start a reformation or a renaissance in their own world, in their own little life, their family, their work. And that if enough people did that, it would lift the whole world and we would have a universal reformation. So we start by cultivating a sense of Jupiter, being gracious, being generous, trying to find reasons for optimism and sharing them, having a sense that there is a bright future ahead and we don't have to take the darkest viewpoint, and fighting that false certainty, right? Because the thing to me that's the greatest poison in Saturn is false certainty. And then you go look at the outer planets. And so Uranus, that's about inventiveness, that's about individuality, that's about diversity, that's about freedom. And so you want to really have those elements in your own life. You want to find ways that you can liberate yourself and you can liberate people around you, that you can let them be themselves, encourage them to be inventive and creative, and not try to make them conform in any way, because that's another one of the poisons of Saturn, is conformity, is trying to force people to all do and be the same. And then Neptune. So now we want to be cultivating imagination, inspiration, psychic sensitivities, mysticism. We want to have compassion for the world and for other people. We want to bring that into our lives and to the people that are around us. We want to encourage that in them. And then Pluto, that's a tough one because it's almost like the higher level of Saturn, in the sense it's technically the higher level of Mars, but it's like a higher level of Saturn in the sense that it invokes the idea of endings, of death and such. But that's also a way of understanding responsibility and of cherishing life and cherishing others. So we view the world not through this austere, conformist sense of false certainty that we know what has to happen and that those are the facts and nothing else is true. Instead, we have a sense of humility about the limits of our own knowledge and the wisdom of the universe. and we try to collaborate with the wisdom of the universe. We try to let go of the things that don't work and reject them. And we try to bring life and rebirth to what we've lost. And we try to bring to life what's going to happen next. And we do that with a sense of greater responsibility for everyone, so that we're not just acting about what we want out of that false certainty. We're trying to act on behalf of a greater good. And by cultivating those different influences, we dissolve the influence of Saturn. Or bring out the best in it, too.
All right. To the Podcraft, we got Hakim. God, Hakim.
What's up, Hakim? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm just enjoying the show. Locked in. It's a very good show.
Thank you, my man.
I'm so glad to meet you, man.
You too, Ronnie.
Yeah.
I remember reading The Maestro and the Boy and wondered who you were. So it's a pleasure just to hear you this in depth, you know.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. I would have just like for Alex, I would have 1,000 questions about Manley, but what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna ask one question, since y'all are dealing with astrology. What is, if you looked at the United States or America's natal chart, what do you see? Do you see a fall or anything happening collectively with the United States?
Yeah, like there's several things. One, I do want to point out, like when you look at Donald Trump's chart and the American chart, wow. Like, I mean, that guy is an incarnation of the worst part of America. Like, but he is, that is the ugly American incarnate. Like, so in facing him, we're facing what we have to face about this country, which has been this kind of bullshit, you know, we have this, what we're supposed to be, you know, freedom and liberty and independence, and what we really are, an empire. And this person is forcing us to face it. Like my late wife, Tamara, she used to call him the blister, right? Like he's before you can get well, there has to be a blister so you can see that there's this infection that has to be
he's
healed.
Definitely the blister.
Yeah. And so then as far as the chart of the U.S., we're between these two returns that are really fascinating. Like we've been living through the Pluto return of the U.S.,
Right.
And so people don't go through Pluto returns, but countries and cultures do. Rome, for example, lived through 2 Pluto returns, and there were many similarities between what's happening now and then. So, for example, in Rome, there was disruption of services, there was disruption of food, there was disruption of distribution. There was they started to like sell the office to the highest bidder, right? So if you wanted to become emperor, well, first of all, the Praetorian Guard might decide we don't like this emperor, so they kill him, and then they would auction off the position of emperor to whoever had the most money and the most willingness to serve their purposes, and so we're seeing that kind of thing happening in America right now. And
Right.
Rome did survive its first Pluto return. And then it finally died during the second one. So we can see sometimes when cultures last long enough what a Pluto return might look like. It's a little bit like the Saturn return of a person, where you see where you really have been missing the point and you haven't learned your lessons, and you might be in need of some very hard lessons in order to get back on track. And that's where we've been. So there's these rumors of revolution, and there's the sense of this deep frustration, and the whole dark side of America coming to the surface in these vivid, incredible ways that are just undeniable. And yet a significant chunk of people who like it, who they want America to be this bully in the world. And so America is having a crisis of its spirit. And it's up to the whole American collective, including the immigrants and the illegal immigrants, I mean, everybody who's involved in the idea of America, to together, I would hope, recreate a better America that actually reflects what the potential of America is, and not just the abuse of power. And then the second return that's about to happen, it starts next year, is America's Uranus return. And that's really interesting, because that's when we're going to be really asking questions about, what does freedom mean to us? What does equality mean to us? What does individuality mean to us? How important are these things to us, and how can we preserve them in the face of technology, which is also Uranus, which is going to want to just control everything we do, see everything we do, and homogenize everything that we do. And so it's up to each of us to rediscover the things that were supposed to make America great, and that was supposed to be a blessing to the world, and to stir those feelings of wonder about what human beings can accomplish. And that's what's going to be coming up next. So first, the ugliness. First, we see all the darkest shadow aspects of America come to the surface in an undeniable way. And then the question is asked of each American, what does freedom mean to you? What does individuality mean to you? And for the people who take that challenge, there will be this support of inventiveness, of rediscovery, and really importantly, of new generations, right? Like Uranus is about the youth, and it's about new generations rising up and deciding to use this new technology, possibly in ways that its creators did not envision, and maybe even using it against them, and finding ways to turn this into tools for freedom and tools for individuality. So we can all commit to that. And it's interesting, because I've been hearing a lot from people who are involved in communication with the other side in various different ways. And they all are saying that they're working on something really big there, that there's like a spiritual evolution of humanity that is about to be manifested. And that the people who are here today are here to be involved in that manifestation. And so if we rise to the occasion and we learn the lessons that Pluto is teaching us about the wrong way, and we open ourselves to the inspiration of Uranus to invent a better, new way, then we may have like a world that's so much better than we can imagine from where we are right now.
It's beautiful. There's a saying that says the operation was a success. The patient died. And I think America could be like the Phoenix, but if America was likened, like Manley said, to a 21-year-old or a 19-year-old, there are lessons to learn, right? They think the 19-year-old believes that it knows everything. And then there's a school of hard knocks. Manley, I think it was his last lecture. He just gave a speech. I don't know if it was passing the lamp or the victory of the soul over the circumstances.
Right.
Over circumstances. He gave a warning to America about wars and about basically being a bully, and how, they should take a level of responsibility, but probably not. In that he also spoke to the Masonic Lodge about stepping up and speaking the truth, or even though you may have to suffer a little bit for it, take a beating or something for it. So I wonder, did he speak on America, anything outside of the books that you were able to talk with him about that would have offered us any more insight?
Yeah, I did get to talk to him about it. I wanted to know how he really felt about America's potential. He was a very optimistic man, and he believed in humanity, and he believed in America. And he believed that America would overcome whatever challenges arose. It would be natural, because in the way that a society evolves, it goes through bad and good. And then there will be people who try to seize power. There will be people who... The funny thing is that he used to talk about, for example, that like he did not like hippies very much. And so, but he understood that the hippies were trying to create something better, that they were trying to liberate certain aspects of humanity. They were trying to pay attention to nature. They had respect for indigenous traditions. But yet they did a lot of damage anyway through that. And so he would point out that sometimes the effort to create good could create bad, and sometimes the effort to create bad would create good. So that what we're going through right now, if I were going to give you an emotional response, I would be tempted to tell you, oh yeah, this sucker's coming down. I mean, it just doesn't look good. I mean, but all this bad, I think, is going to actually cause the opposite reaction, because it's going to raise up a generation and wake up a generation of people who want good and who are willing to fight and suffer for it. And they will, after having seen so clearly what not to do and the consequences of letting this kind of thing happen, they will have the opportunity to recreate America in, I think, a much better form than it's been in. But it's a fight. I mean, the people who have the power and the money, they don't want to let go. They want to continue to use America to dominate the world. And whether you think that there are dark forces empowering them, or you think that no, like I often tell people, we create supernatural reasons to blame for just how shitty human beings are. And we really need to accept human beings are terrible, and we've got to face that so we can rise above it. And so I do believe that as we watch all of this happening, it's going to bring great art. Great new politicians will be born who really have, the right way of approaching these things. That I think Christianity, for example, is going through a major crisis right now because of Christian nationalism. And there are Christians who are looking at this and are horrified because they understand this has nothing to do with Jesus. Like, what's going on here?
Right.
How do we revitalize Christianity? And so the challenge for all of us then becomes, how can we individually contribute to this reawakening? How can we provide for younger generations what they need to have the faith and the belief in themselves and in nature and the world and America to create the America that the world really wants? So I think he was coming from that kind of point of view that ultimately this would succeed. Because if you look at all the ways, for example, we talked a lot about the Rosicrucian era, and so they were trying to do something. I mean, for your audience, in case they don't know, so there was this movement in 1600. There was a lot going on in the heavens. There was a new comet. There was the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn, which was considered to be the star of Jesus. And there was just incredible, a supernova, for example. So it looked like a star appeared out of nowhere. And all the astrologers were going crazy. It was the beginning of astronomy. They were just getting telescopes. And they were predicting, if you were Protestant, the end of the Catholic Church. This would be the last pope. And the Catholics were predicting that it was the end of the Protestant separatism. And then in the midst of this, what was really a group of college students around Johann Andre, they were influenced by their professors and by writing by people like Ficino and Boethius and others. And they created these Rosicrucian manifestos. There's three that are the most famous. And they weren't actually intended to be published. And in the beginning, the Fama, the first one, was only circulated in manuscript. And it was a radical idea because it wasn't anymore the idea that the knowledge and the power is held up here, and then you're down here, and maybe you can earn it step by step and be granted it. No. Now it was going sideways. Now it was, Do you ask the right questions? Do you believe in science? Do you want a universal reformation? And if you do, then you're with us. And so you can take a copy of this and write it out for yourself. But then along came this guy, Moritz the Learned, who thought it was a great piece of propaganda. And without getting anybody's permission, he published it. And it caused this huge revolution in Europe. Like hundreds and hundreds of books and pamphlets were published against it and for it, and a lot of people volunteering to be Rosicrucians. They totally misunderstood it. And the second manifesto that came out, the Confessio, was an attempt to correct that. And they were kind of saying, hey, you guys don't really get it. We didn't mean like what you think we meant, but at the same time, it was very political. It was talking about how the Pope should be executed, and it was also very spiritual. It talked about, it has this beautiful passage in it where it says, what would it be like to have your consciousness, well, to live before time began, to live after time ends, to know what's going on in Peru, and to hear what people are saying by the Ganges. Well, that's a description of the unobstructed consciousness, or of the golden flower in Chinese terminology. And it's in there. So it was mystical, it was politically revolutionary, it was some people call it the first surrealism or the first science fiction. And that caused an even bigger reaction, everybody missing the point again. And then there was finally the release of the last one, The Chemical Wedding, which had an almost satirical quality to it. And Andre publishes a year later a book called Menipus, which is a satire about all the kinds of hustlers and idiots who destroyed the whole Rosicrucian idea. And one of the funny things about that book is that it describes the kind of people who destroy scenes even today, right? Like when I was in the Riot Girl scene, in the beginning, it was a very pure scene. But then, as Andre describes, who shows up? Somebody who wants to make money from it. Somebody who is the connoisseur, and he knows what's good and what's bad. Somebody who is the collector. And those people start to ruin the purity of this thing, and they showed up and ruined Rosicrucianism. So, and then what happens? They try to get Frederick V to be the new Holy Roman Emperor. He becomes King of Bohemia on the way to that. And then inadvertently, the 30-year war starts. And it sends Europe into 30 years of hell, where the Catholics and the Protestants were doing horrible things to each other, torture and just awful things. And the plague devastated Europe. In some areas, I mean, half the people died. And this is the opposite of what the Rosicrucians were trying to do, you know? And yet they injected this idea into culture that helped to inspire Descartes and Flood and others to start science. They helped inspire the Royal Society in England to advance science. They helped inspire the Circle of Walter Raleigh to found Virginia Colony, and for the English to start colonies in America that were carrying some of the Rosicrucian ideas. And one really important thing that I want to share with everybody is that, you know, right now we're under this illusion. We're taught that the early American colonies were very Christian. This is not true. First of all, we have evidence from the 1600s and also all the way up to right before the Revolution.
Barely had a Bible.
Barely had a Bible, thank you. And they were not associated with different churches. They didn't want to be. And then beyond that, if we look at the Massachusetts Bay Colony, so the guy who came up with that famous saying that all the Republican presidents like to quote, which is the shining city on a hill, right? His son, John Winthrop the Younger, was really into the Rosicrucians, and he was an alchemist and an astrologer. And he came to America bringing with him a good part of John Dee's alchemical laboratory equipment and John Dee's library. And he was in his father's house in the Pilgrim settlement doing alchemical experiments and practicing astrology. Eventually, he moved out and became one of the founders of Connecticut Territory and was an alchemist doctor for most of the territory, who was very famous and who defended people who were accused of witchcraft and helped to deliver them from being executed, who helped to defend the Pequot tribe from the Mohegans and from the colonists, and who practiced Rosicrucian ideals, even though he claimed that he had never met a Rosicrucian. He just decided, since I couldn't find one, I'm just going to live up to their ideas because I think they're right. And then when Cotton Mather eventually eulogized him, he described him as Hermes Christianus. Like that's a pilgrim. That's the guy that was going after the witches, describing somebody as Hermes Christianus, the Christian Hermes. Hermes is pagan any way you look at it, thrice greatest Hermes or the other one. You know? Yeah. And so this is wrong. Like this idea that the pilgrims were strictly anti-esoteric, they were into it. Like Mather actually said in one of his books, hey, you know, this stuff isn't for farmers, but the history of occultism is actually a good study for Christian scholars. There's a lot of wisdom in it.
Yes.
So we've been lied to, you know?
Absolutely. He said that, I guess, that when science and religion have been divorced from each other, and that, you know, they have to be brought back. So the scientist doesn't care about, say, religion or theology, and the religious man may not necessarily care about science, but in its true form, they were one.
Yes, and that's Rosicrucianism, right? To have them both together.
Yeah.
And so those ideas are still flowing, you know, in America today. And so who knows? I mean, you could look at the Rosicrucians and say what a horrible failure. They started the 30 Years' War, and the Catholic Church is still with us, so they didn't succeed. But on the other hand, they informed so much culture from writers like Pessoa and Borges and, you know, just all kinds of wonderful literature and art, and, you know, composers like Debussy and Satie, and were all influenced by Rosicrucians. So that continues to be an influence today. I know people who are making incredible art who are influenced by them.
Wow. Amazing. It's beautiful. I think some of, if I recall, some of what you were speaking on, for those who want to read, and I'm big fan of Manley, can be found in the Masonic Orders and Fraternities. I don't know how in-depth Manley gets into it. Some of the first parts of what you spoke on are there also. So anybody who may want to read up on it also.
Yeah, Masonry is in a funny place. I think, you know, first of all, it's always been demonized. There's been a lot of Catholic propaganda against it and Protestant propaganda against it, and they try to make it out to be like the lodge of Satan in the world. And but I think the bigger problem going on there is actually that there's not much interest in esotericism. Like it's a kind of a social club for people to do nice things for their community and to get together. And there are efforts to bring more of the esotericism into it. And Manley Hall thought that if Freemasonry could rise to the occasion and reinvigorate itself with the esoteric ideas that were there at the beginning, that it could be a real force for good. And there are some Masons, I've worked with a couple people, I mean, in the sense of being invited to talk, who want to bring it to the world, like who are saying we shouldn't just make this for people who are initiated. We should be in our community sharing wisdom.
Absolutely. I agree with that. I know of some considered clandestine lodges in California that are trying to stay true to the tradition. But I know, like in Manley's Lost Keys of Freemasonry, when you read that, Manley said that no degree can be bestowed on a man. He must evolve to it, right?
Yeah.
And that he said that the creed really is a true Mason is comfortable whether he's in a mosque, a temple, a synagogue. He's not so much concerned with the light bearer, only the light.
Right.
So I could see that with like everything else, the exploitation of what's commercial, Illuminati versus illuminate.
Yeah.
Manley had a whole different, he spoke on these things from a very pure place. But just like many religions, right after a prophet reveals revelation or comes with, that system, right after that prophet dies, usually it's corrupted. And so it is with the sciences. I think the science are still preserved by some, but it's not in the forefront. Everyone thinks because they have the internet and they can Google that they seem to have what the ancient wisdom religion had, and that's the first sign that the exploitation of it worked, because you're comfortable believing you have something that you in fact do not. You don't. There's no need to look for it if you already think you got it.
Exactly. Yeah, you get hypnotized by the words, right? And people think that the words are actually are imprisoning them and limiting them in these ideas that are not the truth. The truth escapes words, and we can only use the words to try to awaken something. It's like starting a fire. The words are the sticks, and but people think that the sticks are the fire, and
I think technology does that to people too, Ronnie, because like he even spoke on, I remember in the philosophy of astrology, he spoke on not confusing astrology with astrologers. He says astrologers can get it wrong, just like doctors, prescribing medicine. And I try to and state that here on the Podcraft sometime. Like, I'm not really moved by where Uranus is and all of that, but I'm looking at what are we talking about here. Astrologers get it wrong.
They sure do.
It's not foolproof.
It's actually a force. It can be a negative force, because besides the fact that, like anything, it can become addictive and you can become overly dependent on it. It also, I spend a lot of time, like, I don't read people's charts, just like, I don't get paid to do it or anything. I only read charts for friends or people who are in dire circumstances. And one of the things that I've noticed is that I have to undo the work of bad astrologers. Like, people come to me, especially women. I think that astrologers, men, do this to women. They give them this idea, when you reach this age, this terrible thing's going to happen to you. Yeah. And then they live with this, and it haunts them. And then I look at the chart, and I'm like, what is that? Like, I don't even see it. And it makes me realize that these astrologers are kind of acting out their psychological issues, and then leaving harm on people.
Right. Manley said that also. He said the planets influence us; they don't rule us.
Yeah.
Right. 80's not going to do that anymore, though. He texted me just now.
Yeah, I mean, I only take it so far. When people ask me about, should I stay with this guy because he's a Cancer, he's gonna try to manipulate me.
Come be with me.
Yeah, no, I'm like, hey, all of these, the astrology is just telling you the tendencies of people. It's not 100% exact. And one Cancer is going to act one way, another Cancer is going to be another way. This is just a point of reference that you can look at your own convenience, but it's nothing to rule your life by. So when girls at work ask me about this stuff, I'm like, look, this is just a fun thing to keep track of. You don't want to base your whole life on and make giant decisions on, even though the elite are. The elite know to make something happen on May 1st. By the way, May 1st is coming up, and that's a key date for many astrologers, you know what I mean? Or for the kings, they would usually go to war on May 1st. They killed Osama bin Laden on May 1st, around that time. Mayday. Yeah, it's a very part. That's when we really feel spring. That's 40 days and 40 nights after spring started, quote unquote. So it's a powerful date. So the elite rulers don't mind my cats, but the elite rulers will use that astrology. But for everyday people, don't take it too seriously. It's something interesting. And you can't live your life that way. So that's what I normally do. I'm gonna take my cat's butt off screen here. Hold on.
Well, that's symbolic of something. The cat's butt on the screen.
That's right. Back in the day, like I've mentioned John Winthrop, and some of the witches that they were trying to burn in Connecticut were people practicing astrology. And it was considered a form of witchcraft. But when he practiced it to doctor people, they were okay with it. And so he pointed that contradiction out. And he tried to explain to them, actually, astrology is like paying attention to the seasons. It's like understanding how the lunar phases can affect your crops. It's an understanding of nature. And I've always loved this, this idea that Plotinus had, which roughly was, he said something like, the stars inscribe themselves in the heavens at every moment. Everything in the world is filled with signs. All events are coordinated. All things depend on each other. Everything breathes together.
Absolutely.
That's why it works. It's like quantum entanglement.
Right.
I wanted to touch on a little bit on your the metaphysics. What was going on with the metaphysical world in the 1800s?
A lot.
Well,
So you had, it starts with, there is strong Rosicrucian influence as Rosicrucianism turns into all these different kinds of Rosicrucianism. Some of it is artistic, some of it is kind of political. Some of it's very contradictory to what the original Rosicrucians intended. Like the Order of the Golden Rosy Cross was something very similar to the Catholic Church in the sense of controlling the country and censoring things and trying to control the culture, which is way far away from what the original Rosicrucians wanted. And then you have like this birth in the middle of that time. You have the birth of spiritualism, where all of a sudden people are talking to ghosts or talking to the dead. There's knocking and there's tables rising and there's trumpets floating around, and a lot of it was fraud, but a lot of it wasn't. And there were a lot of inexplicable things that happened. And then at the end, you get the birth of Madame Blavatsky, who starts out in spiritualism and then gives birth to the Theosophical Society. And this was a really huge, important influence. Very important influence on Manley Hall, by the way, especially in his early days. He was very influenced through his grandmother by Theosophical ideas, and she was taking Mahayana Buddhism and trying to present it in the West, but she did it in a way that, as Manley Hall said to me, that she glamorized it. And she came up with this concept of the invisible masters, and so we do have in all traditions stories of human beings who evolved to the point where they are not subject to the laws of nature. But Madame Blavatsky kind of made it almost cartoony, almost like superheroes. Yeah. And I was somebody, for instance, who fell for it. I when I first read about it, I was really addicted to the idea, and I wanted to be worthy of the Rosicrucians, for example. And so I took on all kinds of prohibitions, which fortunately my wife was very adept at making me break. And then I got myself in a lot of trouble, like trying to help people I shouldn't have been helping. And finally it got so bad that we had to go see Manley and Marie to get advice about how to get out of trouble. And I will never forget, it was the most amazing moment, like sitting there in this little room, and there was a thunderstorm going on. So they turned the lights down so that we could enjoy the lightning. And as I'm telling him this predicament that I got us into, which was allowing somebody to move in who was in need of help and who claimed to be a reincarnation and claimed to have all these metaphysical secrets. And I thought, in order to prove myself worthy of the Rosicrucians, I had to be, hospitable and generous and give her a place. And she turned out to be a criminal, and I couldn't get her out. And when I'm telling Manley and Marie about it, they're laughing, like in an affectionate way, but they were just like, "Oh, kid, like, wow, you really misunderstood all this." And then he told me just point blank, you go back and tell her that I told you that if she doesn't leave, you should call the police.
Very practical.
Yeah. And so so I learned that there was a big difference between the fantasy of initiation and the actuality, which is a lifelong commitment and isn't so simple. And so, but she glamorized the stuff and got people really thinking about these orders, like the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And there were other kind of orders that grew up that saw how theosophy flourished. And for instance, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, who many of whom started out as theosophists, but they felt like, wow, you know, like she's poisoning the West. We have our own tradition. We don't need to be using all this Eastern stuff. Why don't we start an order that teaches that? But the interesting thing about the Hermetic Order of Luxor was that they were doing things like they would give their members hashish pills, which were to be used during conception, right? Because you would draw down a higher level soul if you conceived it while you were doing certain spiritual practices based on the Western esoteric tradition while you were high on hash. And meanwhile, Madame Blavatsky was smoking hash and seeing past lives and talking to
was she?
Yeah. Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, she was. Her friend, I think Renstrom was his name, not sure, talked about it. They said she had a rather prodigious appetite for hash. And
AD, that would have been your type of woman.
And if you read if you read Isis Unveiled or Secret Doctrine, man, that is cannabis, like that super detailed, dense, you know, long term. Just like it's like that's to me that's you know, cannabis consciousness. And so in the late 1800s, there was a lot of these orders that grew up and were trying to present themselves as we're the ones that hold the truth. In a way, they were almost like modified forms of Masonry, you know, but more accessible. And one of the cool things about Theosophy was, in the beginning, it was very empowering to women. A lot of women were powerful in Theosophy, and that was unusual in the esoteric tradition. Generally, men were dominating everything. But they were, and they still continue today. They're really, they also have a bad reputation. There's a lot of people who consider Theosophists to have some kind of satanic thing because Madame Blavatsky liked to talk about Lucifer. Thank you. And then, but she didn't mean it. She meant Lucifer as it was understood by the ancient Greeks and the Romans, which was the star of the dawn. But it was kind of a perverse thing she was doing. But at the same time, Baudelaire was kind of doing the same thing, right? With the flowers of evil. He was trying to show that we can't neglect the shadow side of life, because what happens, like, look at the people who are most supportive of the corruption of the current administration. They're people who are trying to be godly in their own weird way, but are often wind up acting out sexually, or they become alcoholics, or because they're denying the shadow side of their psyches, you know?
It's Ronnie, I wanted to ask you that while on the subject of Madame Blavatsky and the Brotherhood, the Hermetic Brotherhood. Two-part question. One, why is it in my studies I don't find Westerners mention Pascal, Beverly, Randolph?
Oh yeah, that's a good question, man.
And I wonder, I could never find anything from Manley, and I know the turbulent relationship that Blavatsky had with, you know, with him, but like my studies on him, and it's not a lot, but references from him, but it seems like he's written out of Western esoterics.
The good news is that in academia, there are some really awesome books about him that have been published that they recognize his importance. But in the tradition, definitely they wrote him out. And I know it's weird to me, but I think that, especially that Manley Hall never talked about him, but he is such a central figure. I mean, he's right there with spiritualism. He's right there with the abolitionists.
Really? Wow, it's good to hear you say that. Hold on. AD, you make sure what Ronnie just said, that you clip that up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna clip up the whole show.
Yeah, because this is important because, you know, me and Alex was speaking about this, and to hear somebody that was so close to Manley, you know, I couldn't ask him unless I did probably a little bit of hashish or something. But, you know, Manley spoke about not communicating with the dead, you know?
Yeah.
You know, necromancy. So,
yeah.
Go ahead. I just to hear that you even, most people, either they have never heard of him, maybe. Marvel, since AD was speaking on Marvel, Doctor Strange is loosely based off of Pascal Beverly Randolph, Sorcerer Supreme.
Yeah. Yeah, he's so central. In some ways, I think he's more important than Blavatsky, even though he's not nearly as well known. Because he comes in, his initial popularity begins in spiritualism. And he had radical ideas, like the idea that electricity itself is divine energy. And so he experienced a lot of blowback because he was a man of color, and he felt like this was racism, which it was. And so he went to Europe, and he was looking for Rosicrucians. He met various esotericists. When he came back, he declared himself an initiated Rosicrucian. And then he started to teach very similar teachings, but he went much deeper. And he was actually acclaimed at this point and was writing books. He was very controversial because, for instance, there are stories about him where it's so modern in a way, where he started an order, and a lot of the women that were involved in the order were wealthy women, and there were more women than men, and most of the men that were involved were black, and most of the women were white, and he would sometimes bring hashish into the proceedings, and there were all kinds of rumors of sex magic,
trances, mesmerism.
Exactly. And he taught. He's really, in a way, not the originator, but in terms of the popularity of it, he's the originator of the whole concept of using sex magic for manifestation. He was talking about that stuff in the 1800s, about using focus of orgasm to be able to achieve material results. And I mean, brilliant man, and using concepts out of Tantra and uniting Eastern and Western ideas into his philosophy. And I don't really know. There's a famous story about how Blavatsky claimed that she was in a magical battle with him. And, that
the astral duel.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is that people who are close to her deny that. And they say that she was not, that she actually held his work in esteem and did not think that he was the kind of evil influence that other people accused her of believing. But then on the other hand, Madame Blavatsky was kind of a prude. And the rumors of sex magic and such, you know, you can believe that she thought that was dangerous. Yeah. And she may have, the same thing happened with MacGregor Mather's wife, Moina, and Paul Foster Case, who started the Builders of the Adaitum, the tarot temple, because he wanted to teach sex magic based on Randolph, and she forbade it. And that's why he quit her order, and he started BOTA, because he thought that this was an important part of it. And then you see someone like Crowley, who takes this stuff and is much more upfront, much more experimental with it, and is really, you know, taking yoga and sex magic and ritual and kind of mixing them up into this whole new approach that winds up inspiring the OTO and the AA and these other orders. And in a way, I think that Randolph is a big influence on him as well, and that he was kind of the first Crowley in a way, you know. And although he wasn't, my wife Tamara used to always say that people misunderstand Crowley, that he was really a sassy queen, and that he had a hella sense of humor, and people forget how funny he was. And he also had a really perverse kind of, you know, tweaking society thing that Randolph did not have. Randolph was not straying into Satanism for sensationalism kind of thing, which Crowley loved to get attention. And, you know, the famous story about him is when he told a reporter, "Oh, I must have killed 1 million babies," and he was talking about masturbation, you know, but they thought it was real. And that was not Randolph's way of being.
Right.
I think he's really awesome, and he was really a great writer, and was one of the first really, I think, you know, successful in terms of influence African American writers, both in fiction and in nonfiction. And so it's good that there's this new book it's not new anymore, but it used to be new. I think the author was Patrick Devaney, I'm not sure. But it's a huge biography of him. And it's,
I have that.
You have it. Yeah, that's great. That's a good study.
It's a great one, yeah.
Yeah. So he's a very important influence right there in the middle of the 1800s.
So, wow, I'm amazed. This is amazing.
Was that sex magic combined with sigil magic?
It depends on what copy you get.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And of course, DeLorean.
You don't need to mess with that, AD. We need you on the show.
Well, I mean, you know, I do a lot of graphic design and stuff like that. So I learned the sigil magic from Grant Morrison, who was a comic book writer for you know, early DC and early Marvel. He's from like a Scottish writer, but he did a disinformation. It was like a convention or something, and that's where he talked about sigil magic. Every time I speak,
just a treat,
or just some water gun right there. That's when he spoke about sigil magic, and it was interesting. It was kind of like some manifestation stuff, but there was different ways of activating it. You can either activate your sigil, you know, by putting some sage around it. Other ways, the sex magic was another way of activating it, and that's where it started to be like, what? What's that about? What?
Right. Well,
that's a good question. Did you see that Marie Laveau question?
Yeah, I just looked at it.
That was a good question. That should
Marie Laveau, Priest.
Yeah,
that should be brought up.
Should I bring it back?
Yeah, right there.
Yeah,
you was right on it.
She was
axed by Dozy.
Huge, important influence, because she not only is she really at the heart of the revival of African spirituality and religion in New Orleans, and and especially as it came through Haiti and the colonial culture, right, where they had to reinvent it. But that was one of the interesting things about the form of martial arts that Tamra practiced,
right,
was that a lot of this was preserved through the way that they would use the sickle in the fields, or the way that they would dance. They were actually teaching martial art moves under the slave master's eyes, you know. And but Marie Laveau is right there at the time of Congo Square. And so what was happening was that Africans were getting together and having these dances and music, and it was essentially voodoo kind of inspired ritual, which is really Yoruba ritual, right?
Yep.
And so they got scared. You know, there's stories of like how Southern women would hear this music in the distance and they would faint, you know, and they were afraid that curses were being put on them. So what they did was they set aside a place which was called Congo Square, and they said, you can come down here and you can have these dances at certain times, and then all the white people would come around to watch the dance, and a few of them would participate. And this was the birth of American music, because first of all, it completely changed the structure. Like, it wasn't just, you know, the dancing was sacred. It was a way of getting the divine horsemen, the gods, to come in and you know, Gede and the others to take over people and transmit healing and wisdom. But now it was a performance, because all these people are standing around watching and going, wow, look at this. This is amazing. You know, they're dancing and sweating and the drums. And so this turns ultimately into jazz. And Marie Laveau was attending these Congo Square events, and she was an important influence in New Orleans in many ways as like a community leader. And so the music grows from there into even affecting country music, and it grows from jazz into rock and roll, and then of course it gives birth to hip hop and rap music, and it's those basic rhythms, and then the really fascinating thing about it to me is that, you know, a lot of people associate America with the idea of cool, right? Like America taught the world about cool, and it's still a thing. Like people still want to be cool. That's a Yoruba concept. And the Yoruba used it to refer to anything from like a really beautifully fashioned bead or a great piece of drumming, but also a way of being. It was like if you were cool, you were regal. You were like you were even under pressure. You kept your grace. You were a source of wisdom to the community, and that cool was transmitted through Congo Square. And it was jazz musicians who were involved with Congo Square who used the Yoruba. I think the word was ashe, and they started to feel that hey, let's talk about this in a way that this is cool, because it's like it was an adjective for instead of hot, and like it was we're cool, and then that spread everywhere until you had like white kids in the 1950s were obsessed with being cool, and then that spread to the whole world. People were in Paris.
Then to Eminem.
That's right.
Yeah,
and then everybody in Paris going, oh, that's cool. It's still a word that American word that people understand all over the world, and it's actually a Yoruba word that came to America, a Yoruba concept that came to America through Congo Square.
Wow, cool.
Wow.
Just be cool.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Just be cool.
Good.
Hey, Priest.
Yeah.
Can I tell them that, we're on the subject that hopefully, if time permits, the listener will get to hear a project for Beverly, Pascal, Randall, maybe
Indeed.
some ode to Marie Laveau. And what some of the stuff in the chamber in that secret chamber we have been working on.
Definitely.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
yes,
please.
Dark. Yeah, man. Yes, please.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring that back full circle because I felt like Pascal Beverly Randolph has not been mentioned, and what greater person to bring that through the medium of hip hop than Killah Priest.
That's right.
Yeah, to bring that back full circle when I began to tell him about it. Yeah. And we had just been discussing Marie Laveau and Tina Marie. Priest, you remember, Tina Marie's name is not Tina Marie. I forgot when I Wikipedia it, but her album is called Congo Square. So there's a certain piece in there that's dedicated to Marie Laveau. See, Tina Marie. I think her name is Marie, but she was using that, and she was, I believe Marie Laveau was biracial, just like Pascal Beverly Randolph. I think Yeah. So you see these, I know that with some of the gods of Yoruba, they were not allowed to practice. It was illegal. So they began to hide their gods up under Catholic saints.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why there's no real devil in African spirituality. I remember watching Ralph Macchio in Crossroads, and I had the subtitles on. And there's a part where they're at the crossroads where they're supposed to meet what America, the Western world, would have you say is the devil, Robert Walker, the devil. He was meeting with the devil Ralph was, and this blues singer. And I saw the subtitles of who was speaking, and when it was the devil, that wasn't the name they used. They used the name Legba. And Legba in Yoruba is like the god of contracts, and so that's kind of exploited in the Western world. And I know why. It's to keep you away from dealing with it. This is why Lucifer, Black Masons in particular, are taught never to read Albert Pike. Albert Pike dealt with Satan. He dealt with Lucifer. It is a way of keeping you from dealing with source material. I know better, but collectively they'll say that Blavatsky had the magazine, I think it was called Lucifer.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Albert Pike in morals and dogma, it's right there. But if you've been taught that Lucifer, just that word, it's something bad.
Right.
Yeah.
You're gonna run from that, especially if you're coming from a Christian base. But the son of the morning, right?
Yeah.
Well,
Right?
yeah. And in astrotheology, he is the morning, or she is the morning star because she's Venus.
Yeah.
So if you look up into the sky in the morning, at northern hemisphere, you would see Venus in the morning, and she would be there shining bright. There she is, Lucifer, morning star, Lucy. And then the sun would come and then defeat her light because, Jesus, quote unquote, the Son of God, would outshine Venus, and she would fall to earth. The fallen angel, the fallen angel, fallen angle. Do you know what I mean? That's astrotheological interpretation. Do you know what I mean? But that's where
I don't think that they had like the slaves. They were worried about the slaves dealing with astrotheology. I think they were basically, from a biblical standpoint, like all of that is great, but it wasn't. It served a purpose. You infuse, you define what a word is, and you give it to that. Remember, there is no devil. The devil is just perversion. I would take you to a book by Manley Hall called Magic, a treatise on magic. It's probably one of the most powerful, thin book, but it's very powerful. And what he says in there about how the devil is the most misused creature in the universe because man does most of that shit and blames it on the devil, right? All the devil is, all evil is good perverted, right? He says God and dog. Right. So it's all evil is the good thing taken out of its proper boundaries. And if you can see that, you would see that today within the food we eat. Right. We're taking science that we've been given and we can use that to create life or death. And you can decide which one we are doing. But, the slaves didn't have the concept necessarily. They were just barely, could read. So by the time they did get the book, the light or whatever, they had certain provisions put in, like pray for, never steal from your master, pray for those that despitefully use it. Those are not biblical. That is things that was infused into African Americans. And so when you say Lucifer and all of that, just tracing it back, no. If Lucifer is the son of the morning, the light bearer, then we even look at the story of Genesis. Manley says this in Old Testament wisdom. When Adam ate the so-called apple and his eyes opened, this is the world of polarities. This is the world of comparisons. When his eyes opened, death entered. This is the man of sin again. He became aware of the physical world, this death, Even if you're a vegan, in order for you to be here and eat, and sustain, you still have to eat something living. If plants are living, right? To be here, you still have to do that. So this is almost like, I think I heard Ronnie speak on this, like a prison house, And so Lucifer opening up, I don't think the snake really lied proverbially. He said, oh, you will know these things. It's just that now man is blinded by it. So,
yeah,
it's my take on it.
I want to go back just for 1 minute to a friend of Legba's, Papa Gede, and how that image affected the history of rock and roll. Like every time you see somebody, Keith Richards, Mark Bolan, Slash, they're dressed in black. They've got a cigarette hanging out of their mouth. They got a top hat. They got the sunglasses. That's Papa Gede.
Yeah, that top hat. Yeah. Did you notice the Papa Legba in the movie Dark Knight with Heath Ledger? They pulled from that, from the whole story behind him. If you look at the colors on the Joker and pull up, you could probably Google it also, and look at the Joker and Papa Legba, you will see the top hat, you will see different things. Even the contracts, what Joker was dealing with, that was all that energy that they brought, giving it back to you in a different form. I know Harley Quinn has the colors of Legba, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
You can look that up.
Hey, ask me some Manley Hall questions, man. You know your stuff. I want to know what you want to ask.
Okay.
This is when I'll just start. Me and Alex has discussed this. So, someone possibly murdered. Well, let me ask this: is there anyone at PRS still alive that was with Manley? Maybe the librarian.
I know that the guy who's the head of the board there, the chairman, was somebody who knew him. I think that's the only person at PRS associated with him. As far as I know, I'm the only other person that was like really good friends with him who's still around.
Yeah. Okay. So this is what I want to know. How was Manley able to know so much? Right? And he could sit down for his talks with no notes, no iPhone, and speak on a subject, and you could see, you would hear no transition of thought, like as he's moving from one part of the subject to the next, just with the smoothness. I've heard people try to give these nifty answers in modern day of how he could have done it, but they can't do it. Do you know how he was able? I know he was asked that before to an occultist. A man was an occultist, and he said, well, I forgot the man's name. He said, it is easier to tell you what I know than to tell you how I know what I know. So I'm intrigued by that, Manley's memory.
First of all, he had this incredible mind. I mean, and his passion and love for knowledge were so deep. He would spend his days. This was really amazing to me, and it's something that I love to share with people. Is how he worked, and this is when he was in his 80s. So he would be working in a single day. He would work on an article for the journal, a book that he was preparing, maybe even 2 books. He would be preparing a lecture or coming up with the titles for the series of lectures, or doing astrological calculations for his predictions for the world nations. And I once asked him, how do you do this? Because I was just so impressed by how much work he could do. And he explained to me, he said, when I come in the morning, I think about what is the thing that gets me excited to work on. And so I start to work on that. And then a couple hours go by, I start to get tired of that. And then I put it aside and I think, what do I want to work on now? What gets me excited now? And then I think of something else I'm working on. And I say, yes, this is what I want to do now. And then he starts that. And he would go through the day that way, letting his curiosity and his enthusiasm guide him from project to project. And each day the schedule might be different. And that's something that I learned to do from him, that allows you to do a large amount of work. And then it also fed his mind this constant stream of information. So I was privileged to see how, for example, research that he was doing would pop up in his Sunday lecture, or would pop up in a book that he was working on. And he also had this prodigious memory for all the things that he had studied, and would remember where to find them in what book and such. And he had gone over these materials so many times that he was just absorbing decades worth of wisdom. And then when he went to share it with people, maybe it's easier to put it this way. So when I was approached as a lecturer, like they suddenly decided, you should be lecturing, Ronnie. And I was like, no. I don't really want to do that. And they were like, no, you should do it. And so I went to him and I talked to him about it. And I said, well, how should I prepare? Should I take notes? And he said, no. He said, you only lecture on things that you can talk about without needing notes. Well, that was nice for him after decades of work. I was just starting out. It was a little, but then I thought, okay, well, that's what he said. I'm going to do it, and then when I learned, and it still happens to me, when I'm asked to speak, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Like I really, the part of me that has to go be there and interact with people has very little to do with a part of me that kind of wakes up when it's time to talk. And this is something that I learned from my wife, Tamara, who she loved to improvise music. She was very influenced by freestyle rap. And she was like, her favorite thing was just to bring a band together and make up a song. I'm not talking jamming. I mean, make up a song in the moment. And sometimes miraculous things would happen. And so she always used to tell me, it's the Bodhisattva leap. Manley Hall had told her about that. And that's what gave her the thrill was like, I don't know what I'm going to say. And every time it's there. And I just can't get enough of that, like it's like I'm interacting with something invisible that's giving me this. And so that's what happens to me when I go to talk to people, is something else takes over. It's still me, but the knowledge is there. And then as you're going, it's funny because John Trudell, who was an incredible poet and an indigenous activist, and we were privileged to have him as a friend. Tamara asked him, how do you write poetry? Now, he had suffered, his wife and children were murdered by the FBI in this fire, and he missed her his whole life. He loved her deeply, Tina. And so he said, my poetry are the lifelines that Tina hands me to keep me alive. Each line is a rope that I can hold on to for another moment. And so he too was receiving these lines in this way that he thought of as his wife who had passed away handing him these lines. And she would be called a muse, back in the day in Europe. And so it is an experience like that for me where the flow of it, and it can be quite eloquent, and it's kind of just developing on its own. And then you kind of get a hang for it. Now, for him, having done so many lectures and so much study, so much writing, his eloquence was just off the charts, amazing. But what it doesn't explain is how he could look at you and deliver a message like he did to me. There's something that you just couldn't make up. Like, I mean, how did he know that I was afraid of earthquakes and I'd lived a shitty life and I was guilty about it? Like he didn't never see me before. He couldn't even see me clearly. And yet he delivered that message directly to me. Now, that happens once in a while with me, but very seldomly. Not like him, because when I worked for him as a screener, so many people came up to me and said, hey, he talked right to me. And it was always a bummer in a way, because I'd have to go, yeah, I know he does that. Like, they always thought, it was special for them. And it was like, no, that's Manley Hall. He has a way of talking right to you. And at PRS, they used to debate about it. Like, is it because he's a psychic? Like, even though he says being a psychic is bad, like maybe he's still a psychic. Other people thought it was because he was so deeply in the Tao, like that it would just flow out of him. The wisdom would just match where it needed to go. I kind of believe that because he had a way of attracting people and situations, like the way he attracted me. I mean, how did he know? I had no experience, with alchemy or books but I walk in there and he's like, no, you're the one. You're gonna be my research assistant, and he somehow recognized that through this synchronicity I was brought to him, and I was that person, and it still amazes me, And then also the other thing about him is that in the beginning he had a lot of help, like. His grandmother was really into esotericism. So at an age when people, baseball cards go way back, and like kids were playing with baseball cards, he was reading Blavatsky. And then when he was like 18 or 19, and he came to LA when it still had wooden sidewalks. He had a teacher at the Church of the People who was, I think he was a 33rd degree Mason, and who was kind of breaking the rules and teaching him these secrets. And then he hooked in with Max Heindel's widow.
Yeah, Oceanside, right?
Yep. And she taught him about astrology, how to cast a chart, but also how to make a book and how to publish his own books. And so he had a lot of people. Like, for example, when he did The Secret Teachings of All Ages, people often ask me, how did he do that? Like, how did a guy who was just in his 20s like create this massive book of knowledge? And it happened in a kind of a community way, because first he attracted benefactors who encouraged him to travel. And he used to tell the most amazing stories. That was one of the things that he talked about with me in the vault, because I would ask him, where did you get this book? And he would tell me stories about when he went to Europe between the wars. Esoteric books and manuscripts were considered nonsense. Everybody was so cynical after the war. Everybody was really into scientific materialism. And so he said that he would walk into bookstores and see piles of priceless alchemical manuscripts that were treated like they were garbage. And he was able to buy them for pennies. And he was given money by people who wanted him to be able to acquire these things, and who wanted him to see the world so he could become an even greater teacher. So he was very blessed to have that kind of support, and the timing. He used to tell stories about going to Japan right after the earthquake and how eerie it was. Like bodies were floating up and bumping into the boat. And but he was there and he got priceless treasures as gifts from people he met in Japan and in China who recognized his wisdom. And then when he started to work on the book, he told me that it was a community effort, that there was a group of people that worked with him, and that there was one person's house they worked in, and in each room was a different chapter of what would become the book. And they would take the manuscripts and take books, and they would lay stuff out, and he would walk around between the rooms and say, oh yeah, we want to use that illustration, and here we're going to talk about Paracelsus, and we're going to do this. And they would come to him and say, oh, I just found the best Paracelsus quote, and he would say, yeah, put that in there. And so he had a group of people working with him. It was like creating an album, like a hip hop album.
Right.
I mean, it was like
Heavy
everybody got involved, and everybody was given a voice, and it was a beautiful thing that he allowed that. And then when he had the skeleton of it, he had like everything just kind of piled together in these files. Then he sat down and he started to write it out from there, and he had all that to build on. And people to bounce some of it off while he was creating it. And he was testing parts of it in lectures, right? Because he'd be working on some particular part of the book, and then he would go do a lecture series on Paracelsus or something, and he would see how people were reacting. So it was this organic process, and amazing, And to me, that was even more impressive than the idea that he did it all by himself, because the fact that he was encouraging community, and he always did that. When at PRS, when I was there at the end, and I was very lucky to be there at the end because it was so different. Like in the early days, there would have been like governors and famous actors, and when I was there, it was very quiet. I probably never would have even gotten near him back in the day, and everybody was older, and it was just a beautiful environment to be in. And he encouraged everybody to write, to give a lecture, to somehow use their unique talents in a way that would help PRS. And he had this other habit that was so sweet, which is he had collected over his lifetime, and it was also given so many amazing gifts, also often by bequest. And he would sometimes he'd go through his archives. He just had so much stuff, you know, and he would find some incredible gem, like, I mean, this beautiful piece of Japanese art or something. And he would be like, you know what, let's put that in the gift store. And then the price he would put on it was ridiculous. Like, he could have gotten like thousands of dollars for it, and he'd be like, yeah, put it up for $50.
Wow.
Just so somebody could have it,
Yeah.
you know, that would really appreciate it. That's the kind of person that he was.
Wow. Well, it's everything I was, you know, for my readings, hoping he would be. I know he believed in the Zen way, like when you receive something like a gift, some kind of antique, that it's a stewardship. You should leave it. You should give it away either as you got it or better.
Yeah.
And I think he kind of felt like that was philosophically was a way, but I think for me here, even what Alex's book captured a lot for me. Like, I know Manley without meeting him, so I'll know if somebody really, really know that. And Alex's book captured so much for me. I was like, wow, that's what I got from Manley, you know. And then hearing you, I mean, obviously he knew who he was bringing in as his researcher, because right in here, right now, look what's happening, you know, in this time. I think that some would want to forget Manley. I have a feeling that some of Manley's words are sort of being changed. I don't know. I have some of the older works, and I've seen some of the things now, and I've read Manley enough to know that that's not what it was. Like, some words seem to be altered, so I don't know if that's just a sign of the times.
Yeah.
Or
well, there are things happening. I mean, for instance, over time, for example, Marie has been painted out as being this monster.
right.
As being crazy, you know, Mad Marie, they would call her. And I was around them a lot. I knew her very well. They were deeply in love. And they were the most adorable 80-year-old couple you could ever, I mean, they would look at each other like teenagers. I mean, it was so sweet. And yes, she was a brute, you know, she was this little 4'11" German firecracker. And she would tell him off all the time.
Yeah.
You know, she'd say things to him like, you know, oh, Manley's the snake from Eden. He just crawls around in the dust. And then what
That
she
sounds
meant,
like a woman.
yeah, she meant by that the dust was the dust inside books, right? He's always got his nose in books, and she was into direct revelation. But he loved it because she was the only person that would talk to him that way, you know, and would bust him for that stuff. And he would, for example, she'd be doing that, and then Tamara would be sitting there, and he would do these hilarious reactions for Tamara, like innocence or shock or something, and then make Tamara giggle, and then Marie would be like, "What are you laughing at?" You know, he would play these really lovely little games, and he would teach, for example, through jokes. And I'll give you an example, like. So before I went there, I was a terrible thief. Like I was a cat burglar. I was like, if I wanted something, I would take it. And so here I am in this freaking library, and like there's these rare books that are not in the vault that are just sitting there on the shelves. And I would have these instinctive reactions like, oh, damn, I want that. And I wouldn't do it because I was like, no, I can't do that to him. Like this man is saving my soul, you know? And so he invites us over to dinner one day, and it's right when I was having this crisis over this particular book that I was just like, they won't notice, you know? Like, they got so many cool books. And he tells this long joke about this Catholic friar in early American California history, and how he hooks up with an outlaw. And the outlaw won't tell him his name. And so he says, I'm just going to call you Dominic. And so then eventually this priest is gathering a bunch of local rich people because he's trying to raise money for a mission. And he forgets to ask for the money. And he's all upset. And the outlaw comes up to him and says, what's the matter? And he said, oh, I forgot to ask them. I mean, all that effort. And he said, no. He said, you told me to get it. I got all the money. And he said, what? I didn't say anything to you. And this is a joke about a Catholic phrase. And he said, no, you said Dominic, frisk him. So I frisked him, right? And so as I'm leaving, Tamara says to me, she knows I'm struggling with this, and she says to me, you do realize what he just said to you? Like he's telling you a joke about a thief, you know, who's stealing stuff for the church.
Right.
And I thought, oh my God, like, did he know? And then the next day I'm in there and he says to me, by the way, if you want to borrow books and take them home with you, you're welcome to do that. Just be sure to bring them back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, he had that way with him that was so incredible. And he also taught through gifts. Like one thing that he did that still kind of blows my mind was long before he told me to go back into music, he gave Tamara and I this beautiful gift of these 3 Chinese musicians. And then when we went into music, without even thinking about that at all, you know, we became this trio. Like that, in the beginning, we were 3 musicians. And then one day, it hit us, you know, and we looked at it and went, what the fuck? You know, like he gave it, it looks like of the band, you know, like how did he know that this was, you know, so he had this, again, what was it? I don't know. You know, like, was it that he was so deeply Zen that everything he did was filled with synchronicities? Was it that his wisdom was really that deep and that he knew what he was doing? Was it that he was psychic? I mean, no one really knows. But as far as the changes, so for example, because of that really, I think, awful biography that was written about him.
Master of the Mysteries.
Yeah. Which, by the way, had 10 mistakes about me on 2 pages, okay? So I don't know how accurate the thing was, but they changed some of it in the 2nd edition. A story of Marie just demonized, you know, and completely misrepresented her relationship and her teachings, which were quite profound. She had this sort of feminist metaphysics where it was very Gnostic, where she talked about how the God that we consider God in most Judeo-Christian religions wasn't really God. Was the demiurge was this child of what she called the space mother, and that the space mother was so full of love that she allowed her child to have the space and the creative power to think that he was the only creator. But he fucked it all up because he didn't love her. He didn't remember where the power came from. And so Marie used to say that someday that human beings would awaken and remember, and that the humanity would be saved by women and by the compassion of women and of mothers, and that they would eventually have enough of this destruction and destructiveness, and they would awaken to the power of the space mother, and then this would awaken the creator God to remembering that this power was never his. I mean, and then she would draw these incredible diagrams, you know, that illustrating this and plundering all the mythologies of the world. I asked Manley Hall about her because he asked me to work with her for a while to help translate her work into something more accessible. And he said that he thought that she was a visionary in the tradition of William Blake or Swedenborg, and that she had a legitimate revelation. And instead, now she's been painted out as being this complete, you know, exploiter of him. And that's the way I mean, one of the most beautiful things about her was that when I started to lecture and they made me his designated substitute lecturer, which was a heavy thing, you know, like people came to see him and they got me instead. And people started to interpret that at PRS as, whoa, Ronnie must be the protege, like Ronnie's going to take over after Manley Hall. And that was not the intent by him or me. And it caused a lot of politics. But I became very popular as a lecturer. And so he was like really into being who he was. Like, you know, he'd go to have, like, he'd take us to restaurants after he lectured, and we'd sit at the table with him, and it would be a whole line of people at the restaurant who would come by and oh, Mr. Hall, I drove from Ohio to see you, or Mr. Hall, this is my 10th time of seeing you, that kind of thing. And so one day, Tamara was taken aside by Marie. This changed our lives. And she said, I need to talk to you. And she sat Tamara down in the kitchen while she was making some dinner for us all. And she said, do not let Ronnie go down the path that Manley went down. Do not let him become addicted to the adoration of his fans, because you will be left in the shadows like I am. And she said, every woman will think that they deserve him more than you do. And the men will despise you because you're in the way of them trying to get in with him and do something with him. And she said, did you see things like this? And Tamara was like, yeah, I'm already seeing that, because that would happen at lectures. Women would show up and they'd be like, she's a pretty blonde, but she's not his intellectual equal. He needs someone like me to bring out his potential. And so Tamara came back and told me, and it just chilled me to the bone. Like, I didn't want her to live a life like that.
Right.
And so I think that was one of the reasons why, when she approached me and said, let me be your guitar player, and opened that door to her really finding her destiny, I was all for it, because I wanted to be together. I wanted to reach the public together, not be trapped in my fame while she had to live a life in the background. And I just thought that was such a beautiful thing. I mean, both of those things. And then Manley Hall saying, you need to leave because I don't want you here while everything goes chaotic and you'll be in the middle of this fight.
Like, I mean, he knew.
Yeah. And I mean, how sweet, for both of them to look out for us like that and to care enough to do that.
Yeah,
indeed. Emissary, yeah.
Alex, did you have something you wanted to say?
Oh yeah, well, I have to run, but I've been enjoying listening to all of this, and I just want all y'all to know I appreciate each of you, and Killah Priest. I've been listening to your tunes a lot lately, man, and I'm just like continuously blown away. And I got a lot of catalog left to go, but just your song about spiders is just like so poetic. So everybody, if you haven't listened to a song about spiders, it's beautiful. So check it out. And Hakim, Ronnie, AD, it's great to chat with you guys again. And really, this is a great episode. So.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you, Alex. And get in touch and update me on what you're doing, man.
Okay, I will.
Yeah.
Will do. All right, peace, guys.
Good to see you, man.
All right, Alex. Thank you. You were speaking about rock bands earlier, and I thought it was interesting how Led Zeppelin, Jimmy Page was very familiar with Aleister Crowley. And he actually had his own, his old estate. Mm-hmm. Alex Crowley's old estate, Jimmy Page took over. And I don't know, some of the band members were talking about doing rituals with the Stairway to Heaven album and stuff like that. But it was cool to see, like, the rock influence being influenced a little bit by Crowley. And obviously, Ozzy Osbourne did a whole song.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, of course, Ozzy was like, was negative on Crowley. But I think that a lot of that too, I think, came from the Stones, who were aware of the Robert Johnson Crossroads, selling his soul to Satan thing. So Mick Jagger liked to play on that, satanic kind of quality, which goes back to Baudelaire too, I think, and trying to be that decadent kind of.
Walk this way.
Yeah. And also with songs like "Sympathy for the Devil," or the album "Satanic Majesty's Request," that kind of thing.
Yeah. Motley Crue.
They were also, but they stole all that stuff from Blackie Lawless. So
interesting.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Nice, man. We could do a whole podcast just on rock and roll.
Do it.
That would be awesome, man.
Yeah.
Rock and the roll.
Yeah, the Masonic reference there.
Yeah.
Definitely Robert Johnson.
Yeah, that's where it all starts, right?
Yeah. There's some similarities, and I was going through this with Priest one week, with Robert Johnson's birth, his death, and Priest. I have it written down somewhere, but it deals with when Priest dropped his first album, Heavy Mental. And there's some similarities. Me and him I was joking at first, and then I started looking up things, and there's just some similarities in things with Robert Johnson and Priest. We were like getting into that. We didn't go too far, but it was just enough to be like, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, March 10th.
Sometimes that stuff
Yeah.
comes in through the blood too, you know. Like like one of the funny things about my wife, who you would never think there was any black blood there, or indigenous. She had indigenous blood too, but she was blonde and blue-eyed. But she, we found out through some genealogy that her brother did that she had some sort of relation to Victoria Spivey, and her last name was Spivey, Tamara's. And then we went and checked out Victoria Spivey's music, and it was so, like, Tamara was already doing all these things without knowing about Victoria. So Victoria sung songs like Cocaine Blues or TV Blues, like really gritty reality-based songs, and that's what Tamara was doing. And Victoria had her own label, and Tamara had her own label, and in some ways they even look similar. And Victoria was known for having this kind of rough, kind of you know, abrasive voice. It wasn't like this beautiful voice. And same thing with Tamara.
Right.
And then we just were like, whoa, like, you know, I was like, Tamara has a grandma, you know.
Crazy. How
Yeah.
things be adding up.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah. Man, oh man, this is one heavy show, but we're gonna have to do a part 2.
Great show.
Yeah, it's a great show. Great show.
Thank you, Ronnie, for answering those questions.
Oh, you're welcome, man. It was a
man.
pleasure to speak with you.
Yeah.
You too.
Yeah, with all of you.
Yeah, I gotta get together. Shout out
Yeah.
to Hakim and Alex. And this was great. Man, but we gotta move it on. Do you have any books or anything that the viewers can get into contact with you?
Yeah, like if you want to know about our lives with Manley Hall, check out Tamara's book, Making the Ordinary Extraordinary, it's just a nonfiction book about our relationship. It's really beautiful, and it really gives you a portrait of what they were like when we knew them. And it's also funny, mostly at my expense. And then I have a book called American Metaphysical Religion that is the history of metaphysics in America from the very earliest days up until now, and shows you that it's always been there, and it's pretty amazing how much influence it's had. And then we wrote a book together called The Magic of the Orphic Hymns, which we talked about a bit.
Beautiful.
And that actually has our version of the Orphic hymns in it. And we didn't really get into some of the magical things that happened around that. And then there's a book that I wrote called The Rosicrucian Counterculture that she edited with me that gives the historical context of Rosicrucianism and its continuing influence throughout the history of the West. And then just before she passed, we finished a book called The Unobstructed Way, which is about life after death, and also includes at the end of it a chapter about her amazing manifestations from the other side, not just to me, but to a whole bunch of people. And that book is really a beautiful philosophy of life.
That one right there?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's
Yeah.
beautiful. Is that a weed plant?
I don't know what it is,
Yeah,
but it
it's
should
so
be.
dope. Yeah.
She was another person who liked hash.
Yeah.
And then also you can check out my YouTube, which is just Ronnie Pontiac, where I have a whole bunch of stuff, you know, interviews and lectures from back at PRS and things like that.
We're going to have all the links in the description, including the links to the books.
Cool, thank you.
Man, this is great. Man, I wish we had some instruments here for you to play. I
yeah,
would love to
man.
hear.
Oh, we
some
got
of your
instruments.
music.
What you want? I got a bass. I got a guitar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would love to hear you play.
Am I playing by myself?
Oh,
AD can play too.
You know,
yeah, but I don't have the drums.
I would
You
like
have piano?
I would like to postpone that because since Tamara passed, I've just started playing again.
Oh, right.
Like it's been hard for me to do music without her.
Yeah, that's real talk.
We'll set it up again. We had a Flea in the on the show once, and I had a bass already set up with his strings,
Nice.
his signature strings installed.
Yeah,
so
that's so cool.
I had that all ready from. So next time you come back, I'll have
All
the
right,
guitar
cool,
ready.
man.
I'll use the Fender Squire
Which gonna-
that I
I
have on
was
the wall.
looking at that. Yeah.
I'll break that out unless I
Cool.
buy a Jackson.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Which is
That would
dope.
be beautiful.
That's real, man. I felt the same.
Yeah.
My old Earth, what's it called? My mom's passed away. I felt the same way. And feel like doing anything. It's just,
Yeah, it's hard.
But he did a whole album, a very
Yeah,
successful album
Mother.
called Mother.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Dedicate to
beautiful.
her. I didn't even think. I just went and did it.
Yeah, I want to write songs for her, like I'll get there. But right now, like when I pick up, I can only play her guitar. Isn't that weird? Like I can't play my guitar. Like, but I
When did
just
she
started
pass?
July.
In July. Oh, recently.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel you fresh. Yeah.
I wish she could have been here because she was like, she would be excited because she, like I was telling you, she turned me on to like all the cool shit, Smith and Wesson and like your stuff and all the 90, especially 93, like that was her year, like 93 till infinity, like that was
no doubt. Well, she's still here, man.
Technically, isn't she watching? So to speak.
She's watching, man, but it's not the same. Like I want her.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
I want her. Like she used to throw her hair in my face. Like I just there's things like that. All the little things. Like
in the material.
I want her here. I mean, I'm grateful for the connection, but like it's not. I want her. Yeah.
Something about the chemistry.
I like to think that the ether has access to the Ethernet.
Right? Yeah. Well, she does electronic shit, man. That's the weird thing. She turns stuff on. She she sends messages in all kinds of different ways, and she
like Tiff.
Yeah, I'll tell you one. We'll leave it on this. I'll tell you one story.
Yeah.
So in the immediate aftermath, I was completely broken. Like just it all happened so fast. She'd been not seen a doctor in 40 years. She was never sick, super youthful her whole life, and all of a sudden she got sick. It was 5 days at home. Like suddenly she couldn't walk and shit, and then 5 days in the hospital and gone.
Wow.
And yeah, I was just in shock, and so I was trying to understand how to go on,
Right.
and I started getting messages from all these people saying like one of the weirdest things was 3 different people who didn't know each other and didn't really know us very well all got the same message from her to tell me, which was live up to what you know. And I was like I want a message, I mean, right. I want to know you're here, like what's up. And so one day I was pathetic. I was crying, tears going down my cheeks, and I just said, please do something. So Tamara had this like 3.5 foot tall fan that she loved, and like she would run this fan day and night. And I had read on Amazon it was a fire hazard, right? And it made me neurotic. I'd be like, dude, like don't leave this thing on day and night. Like you're gonna burn the house down. She ignored me, which is one of the things I loved about her. But it got irritating enough that she gave me a nickname. And so she would say, "All right, Mildred." And it would hurt, but she never said it in front of anybody else ever.
Right.
And so I'm at home and I'm saying, please show me a sign. And what does she do? The damn fan turns on.
Wow.
No way.
And so I go over there and I'm like, is it a plug thing? Is it the cat turned it on? Is it on a timer? No, it just turned on. All right. So I was like, okay, yeah. And then I thought, that's her sense of humor. Like, what would she do? Okay, I'll turn the damn fan on. How do you like that? So then I tell a friend about it the next day, and he's going, oh, dude, that's Tamara. That's so her sense of humor. I come downstairs, fan's on again. Fan turned on 9 times in a period of about a month.
That's real.
Very random, but only when I talked about it with somebody. I talk about it. It just did it recently, actually, and then on it went. And then I get a letter about 2 months after she passes from a woman who is like, she's a theosophist, and she's like, I'm not a medium. I am somewhat clairvoyant, but I finally got up the courage to write you because Tamara's been talking to me, and I've been writing it down, and you got to tell me, am I crazy, or is this Tamara? There were a lot of hits, like a lot. She was describing things that were real and were very personal to us. But the real smoking one was tell Ronnie to tell Mildred that I
Wow.
love her.
What?
Yeah.
That's deep.
That's
That's
deep,
it,
man.
yeah.
And you know what? I was hurting. I was feeling like, damn, I made her call
That's
me
real.
Mildred, you know?
Yeah.
And she said, I love her.
That's something that y'all shared. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, fireworks for that, man. Fireworks. That's deep.
Thank you, man.
Mortality, man.
Yeah. It's a world of impermanence.
The cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're not impermanent, right?
Right, immortal.
Yeah.
Man. All right, so we have a section which we do, which we review music and stuff. You pretty much welcome to stay, or you can we'll let you off the Podcraft. We listen to music and view it. Me and AD is called the song promotion.
I would love to do that, but I want to get Tanya back to her pets.
Yes, exactly. Those exactly. Word. All right, let's do a part 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
would be
Man,
great.
you were very interesting.
Thank you.
And man, just the fact that you knew Manley P. Hall personally, man, kudos. You know what I'm saying? That's incredible that you
That's
you still here. You know,
Yeah,
and
man.
that's dope. And
I got more stories.
your partner, yeah, we can't wait to hear all of them, man.
Yeah.
I want to thank you as a
Hey,
guest
man. Thank you for having me.
on the podcast. I want to thank John Newsom. I want
Yeah.
to thank Alex. I want to thank Mitch Horitz.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. And Hakim, Born, and the whole Killah Priest Podcraft staff, man.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
for so
It's been
much
an
for coming
honor to
through,
be
bro.
here, man.
Word.
Yeah.
Thank you, AD.
Absolutely, man. Thanks so much.
All right.
I'm gonna give you some exit music.
Nice, man.
It's a cover.
That's dope. That's dope.
Cool, man.
Hope,
Good.
yeah, hopefully you can play with us again.
All right, man. I'll be back.
Somebody said, peace, John. Peace. My number is stuff like that. All right.
Nice to meet you guys. Stay in touch. Thanks so much.
I love that music, man. You got to sample that, bro.
I like that. That's Mr. Crowley right
That's
there.
fire. Who's Mr. Crowley?
Mr. Crowley. Now the original was done by Ozzy Osbourne, but we just played a.
That was a great episode, man.
What's that sound? Do you hear that?
Yeah, I feel that. See that energy? Y'all heard
yeah.
that?
Why are we getting that sound? We never get that sound before.
Never does.
What is that?
Did y'all hear that? That sound we
wait.
got? Mystics. When the mystics
Oh,
all
did I have
join,
this
man, you
microphone on?
gotta let the the sound of the om
That's crazy. How are we getting this sound all of a sudden?
every day.
You know what it is?
Exactly.
Check your sound effects.
What?
Did anything get pulled?
Yeah, it's not on.
No, it's not on.
It's crazy. Wow.
Check the wire to your sound effects. There's 2 wires in the back. It's got to be you. That's weird.
Nope, because I turned mine off.
Your sound effects are off?
Mm-hmm. You hear the mosquito buzz, 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 buzz. Everything brings in.
See, that's what happens when we,
Buzz.
that's what happens when we play Mr. Crowley on the show.
Yeah.
You never know what gonna happen. Okay, I can just turn it down with the.
Information. Yeah, exactly. That's
I gotta turn off all the sound effects
yeah.
until we fix that. Okay.
On
Man,
the space flight late night.
how'd you like that? That was great.
Todd laughing the Podcraft as we
That's
engage
right.
heights. You know, that was all systems.
Word.
All systems was up, man. Salute to everybody that came on, man. That was crazy. You know, Now Born was in the back for a minute. He's in
Yeah, I
the
was ready to let
hotel.
him in, but then he was gone.
Yeah. Shout out to everybody in there. Man, I told you, you know, for the 2026, we're gonna be bringing more and more things like this. More music, also more music. Because if he was ready, I was ready to go in. You know, that was, you know, something with musicians that's tapping into the strings of, you know, pulling on the heartstrings. You know, And that's heavy right there.
Yeah.
Word. All right,
really
let's
cool.
get into the music real quick. So, shout out to everybody so we can get up and shoot back through the galaxies. You know what I mean? Galaxies of reality.
I'm trying to fix the exposure real quick. Nope.
Yeah,
it's not
good
doing
evening. No doubt.
it. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, time for the song promotion segment.
Indeed.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Blast off. Hey, legend.
Music Live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
Hold up, man. Let me reload that. It's been doing that lately.
Too powerful, man. Too powerful. Manly PR.
Try one more again.
Manly
For
PR.
promotions, you send in your music, we play it live on the show for Killah Priest and the world to hear.
All right. That file's probably just too big.
Dude.
All right, let's go. We've got some submissions tonight. We got 4 submissions.
Hey, for us for culture. That's for freedom.
Yeah.
Yo, freedom, freedom. It's Papa Wu right there. That's what I said in one step.
All right.
Easter egg.
Yeah.
Let's go. Who's Otter? Don't tell me it's Otter. Oh,
Out of space.
Odyssey. Odyssey, yo, man. They killing the word otter, man. I have to do a song about otters, man. Word. And who's going to do the beat? None other than Otter.
Well, he ought to do it.
Yeah. We have to do it in audio. Audio.
Full audio.
Yeah, for audio. Otter. So a lot of things with Otter, man. Respect the Otter.
Speaking of which, audio, fun fact, is AUDO. And AU is gold.
Wow.
And DO is God.
Yeah.
Gold, God. AU,
I
DO.
have to go back. I don't know, man. I'm just taking your word for it. From
Yeah. AU, DO.
You do your.
DO is God.
Yeah.
El Dio. So when you have AU, which is gold, you have gold God, you have audio. Because
So wait a minute. How's DO gold? What's that about?
AU is the
Audio.
are the letters for gold.
Maybe the gold. Yeah, something about that. Overture.
Yeah,
Where's the overture?
It's not. I don't think it's an acronym, but
it's
it's
just an overture.
AU are the letters for gold. You know how like everything has
Yeah.
letters on the
elemental.
periodic table.
Heavy
Heavy metals.
Yeah, elementals.
Yeah,
Elemental.
that's right.
Elemental. I said elemental.
All right, we got Knowledge Born joining us now.
Indeed.
Let's bring him on board the craft before we start this real quick. Peace, KB.
AU.
AU, which is gold.
Yeah. You drink.
Jerry-
Get all of the gold.
Did you ever see Goldfinger, the James Bond
I
movie?
saw it. Let's go.
It's an old James Bond movie.
And
All right,
read
let's just get to it.
information.
First submission is by Lyrical Leviathan featuring Chinyer. Song is called I'll Follow You, produced by Supreme Mathematics from the album Ancient Future, DBL Records. All right, let's go. We're going to do it like this. Bada bing, bada boom. Here we go. Oh, hold up. I got to go full screen on this. Nope. Okay, here we go.
That's heavy. The elephant, yo. I need something. Yo, I got this.
MCs are full of shit, literally. Spitting fecal frequencies. I defecate on mics lyrically, hysterically insane. Niggas do the opposite of what they claim. Medical industry, creatively cancerous. The music business consists of carnivorous tendencies. Rappers act hard as pig lard, but actually be sweeter than Southern tea recipes. All that shit you're talking, the coffin is your destiny. Hard not to react when the art feels dry. Pin lines for combat, seems like the culture died. Same time as Aaliyah and Left Eye, double impact. We try to take it back, but crackers wanna sell a slave trade rap. So my innovation is contemplation of emancipation on tracks. Mine weighs a ton, Harriet Tubman, shotgun is my tongue. Ammunition consistent, amputation on mixes. Live stream your defeat on the beat and post it as my content for next week. Elite penmanship ain't shit, but I write vicious. Ink is ether, you follow the leader like William Griffin. Turn boys to men like an R&B group. So this is Mike Slaughter, internet gangsters, even your avatar whack. Way of water, give them the blues, Ron Carter. Both feet steep, some really deep struts. Whole pan uppercut, cinematic knife work. Sure it's a movie until the director's cut. So stand up, hands up, brothers is wine smugglers. Stay with the barrels tucked, basement stuff. Prostitutes demanding payment, we don't give a fuck. Mike stay blessed, writing wise, y'all back words like a forward. Coming after the primary text, context is best. In-depth lyricism, it's the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Words and definitions, control and religion. Move to improve the vision. If what you inherit is void of the spirit, you lose the mission. Bad business blended into hip-hop, so niggas sold their souls like a vintage sneaker shop.
My bombs don't work. My brother. Who's that? Who's that again? My bombs don't work.
I'll do it again.
You're missing bombs, my bro.
Hold on. First, let me give him some bombs.
Yeah, give me some bombs.
And then I'll let you know who that was.
It was Lyrical Leviathan in Chinyer.
Yeah.
What was that?
Lyrical Leviathan in Chinyer. Follow you.
Yeah,
That's
give him
right.
bombs for me.
Yeah.
Video wise, dope. Lyrical, dope. Took me back. Video, beat, everything about that song was fly. That's what I'm talking about. But you submitting songs, there's certain cats that that set a standard. That right there was great. Everything was laid out right. A song, wittiness. And I like the visual. The visual reminded me of...
Incredible visuals.
What? Man. I thought Voltage Controller did some of it because it was like his art that was just crazy.
Yeah.
That was dope, my brother. Lyrical Leviathan? Got you. That's fire.
DBL Records.
AKA
I was born.
Hughes, AKA, you know, he got so many AKAs. I'll be here all night talking about his AKAs. That's the fam out of Baltimore.
Oh.
Honest to you, AD.
Peace
Holding
to
up the rocket.
Yeah.
Doing what you do in the greatest manner.
Thank you, sir.
Honors to the Iron Saw. Okay.
And
AKA
so,
Brother Glow.
yeah.
AKA Brother Love.
Hey. Hey.
One and only Killah Priest.
Thank you.
I'm so glad that this song was played first. Because tonight was a masterful ode to love. So discipleship, student, teacher, master, student, Jedi, Padawan, whatever the case may be, is the essence of love, right? So you hear Chinyer talking about I'll follow you, right? She is the muse that ignites the spark of the eternal mind that Lyrical Leviathan provides from an esoteric to exoteric in a relationship between the heaven and the earth. V is a pen, right? So the muse and the alchemist, right? Supreme does the production. So he is the one between the two worlds of the seen and the unseen that muses and fuses. And then we had on today, Mr. Ronnie Pontiac talking about his relationship with Manley Hall and Manley Hall's relationship with his wife, Marie, which means love, and his relationship with his late wife, Tamara, right? That they all brought together. Manley did their wedding in his home, in his backyard. He did their charts and said him and his wife decided that y'all should be together and y'all should get married on this date. And they were obedient, right?
Yeah,
so the relationship of followership that goes together in regards to this ode is followership or faithfulness requires something from you that's called obedience. It doesn't necessarily logically make sense to you at a time, but there's a feeling, there's a muse. You're like, I don't know, everything's telling me no, but I decided to say yes, and this is the outcome, right? So that realm of that battle that I was talking about earlier, AD, you spoke about it, Heru and Set, right? The sun, rise, sunset sort of battle, that space where you go to be safe and that place where you go into danger, right? It takes love for you to do that. The guys deal with love, hell, all right. Enough love for self to go through the purification of fire to come out right on the other side. Otherwise, you're stuck in hell, right? So this imagery, this essence, this symmetry, it surely is taking you through a space of hell, but in the end, you stand right. So, Lyrical Leviathan and Chinyer, they make beautiful music together. So that the conduit that's produced in the alchemical form of beats, rhymes, and light creates Down by Law. That's DBL Records. That's what the initials stand for, Down by Law. So that universal law and the highest universal principle is love. So
that's fly. I ain't heard Down by Law in so many years. That's dope.
Word up.
Down by Law. I'm down by law. That's
it.
Fire.
Yeah, really well done song. Sound was good, mix was good, master was good.
Cat.
Very professional.
Yeah. Look, he sneaking up on me.
Yeah,
and love being transformative too, right? Mr. Ronnie talked about that. Like he met Tamara and his life changed. Like he met Manley Hall and his life changed. He was no longer who he was formerly or who he thought he was. Right? So all it takes is somebody to truly love you and see you for who you are and not for who you appear to be. And then you can begin to be transformed and welcome in the culture that's truly you. And look at them now.
That's true. All right, we got another submission from the same artist. Slick Vic Low featuring Neru, the fourth Fugee.
Slick Vic Low.
They performed tonight.
Oh, nice.
A word. That's dope.
Yeah, they performed tonight.
Alien Moon Alchemy.
Shout out to Neru.
Directed by Giga House Media.
What's up, Bree? What's up?
Giga.
Produced by Dskillz Harris.
Legend.
From the album 1990 Now, DBL Records.
prophetic.
Ayo, the styles, redacted files, mothership hovering over the now. We spit that other shit, microphone thunder fist. Fuck the industry drama, turn whack lyricists to martyrs. Underground like Agatha, recite mantras. Black king raised by black queens, that's my mother and them. Aunts and grandmama use the pen like swordsmen. Creative, innovative, creative stories untold, unfold. Zim, Sim, Salabim, Akashic record spin. Murderous mantis, needle drop, classic Atlantis stole. Egyptian gold, vocabulary thick like fat asses on the land. A stripper pose, the spitter of definitive poems. Your squad ain't worth shit. Pangea pages, one verse of what I spit it make the earth shift. Y'all scat like jazz tones, defecated on rappers' faces. Stop hating, y'all weed with no papes to roll. Nobody's elevated. Play your role and shut the fuck up. Ancient aliens with scaly skin, the rap reptoid Mancinians from the bloodline trying to deceive your visuals. They can't rival the original. Melanated hue holders, resist the controllers. Mad villainous money folders. Space-time rhyme excellency, spitballs with telepathy, intergalactic refugees, extraterrestrial alchemy, divine live mind streams. How you supposed to silence a light beam? Only the gods can challenge me. Sumerians buried in holy wordplay, aligned with transmissions from the gifted initiated. 33rd, the foundation was indoctrinated in the ancient ways, preserved in proverbs, conferred on instrumentals. You heard me, let the temple clergy say Ashe, motherfucker.
Yo, I can stop or break the concrete from under your feet. Bite on me, you lose both rows of teeth. First is written in Japanese, then transcribed from ancient Kemetic deities. If we talking God, MCs gotta mention me. Social media, what's up, sweets, they never mention me. See, there's a misconception going out your way. The haters loving, that's the disconnection. While reflecting, I realized that we're the forefathers and mothers of humanity and culture. Every continent we cultivated and fostered. Put on some 432 and pop some shrooms. Now I find myself on Nibiru, glancing at the moon. Nah. Fly me to the moon. Yeah. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Yeah. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Yeah. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Yo. Have you ever seen a gypsy 8 feet or ancient Olmec tombs? Magnetic fields in the waves create monsoons. We in the MF last days like doom. Rumble rappers I chew up, digest, consume. Speak up and talk with your chest, bitch. He was talking slit his neck, now he necklace. Looking broke, bitch, and checklist. This not checkist. Always hit my homie Crispy when I'm in Texas. Ancestral, extraterrestrial, sapiosexual, molest your mind while I'm standing right next to you. Use your pineal gland, that's where the answers lie. Got energy, shoot up your spine with every line. Get aligned, get in line.
Cock back with raw raps, encounter the third kind.
She got bad.
First contact and load the snatch bodies and pack of those who hold shots.
Neru, you get that stupid on that verse.
And boom bap, MC interdimensionally. One rap will collapse the Illuminati. Still ill spitting, whether freestyle or written. Nice around mics like Scott Pippen, ripping with definitive action. Don't quote, got the scope with the vision for the clapping. Dope like veins filled with that concealed traction. And my coat so white it looked like the old Michael Jackson. Blasting, one shot, empty your intestines. Tag team wrestling, we tapped in. Lesbian sex, get strapped in. My rap pen, a Mac 10. Even with a whole dub, you couldn't see the lines. Connected like the light rail to the west side. Good day, O'Shea Jackson vibes. Moon glide, alien alchemy, open your eyes.
Get another preview of the Priest. Yeah.
Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon. Yeah. Fly me to the moon. Fly me to the moon, yeah. Fly
Rare
me to
form.
the moon, yeah. Fly me to the moon.
Who got Neru mad?
Man.
Oh, palm that.
Fire.
That second verse, she went crazy. Y'all heard her, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that second verse, Neru, she made him come out the bag. It's like that second verse, Neru went crazy. That's what I love. That's what I love. Don't even think about it. She just went crazy. She just said, "Yo, let me go. Let me go in." That was dope. That was dope. I like when Neru unhinged herself. He was like, "I'm quiet," but after Homeboy went, she said, "That's it. She didn't think about nothing. She just went straight in. I was like, oh man, the verses was crazy. That was dope. Dallas Born. Were you trying to go after Dallas Born, AD?
What you mean?
On how you feel the song.
I mean, it was just fire. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
it's obvious because they submitted that last week also.
Oh, okay.
So I remember saying
in the middle of the show.
In the middle of the show, that's
Perfect.
right. That was the mid show feature.
Yeah. Shout out to
But that was a celebration last week, so there was a lot going on in the studio.
Oh, okay. I didn't even remember that. You already know we had to.
Yeah. But I heard it, and that was fire. So that was cool. Go ahead, Knowledge.
They got an ode to true hip hop, an ode to boom bap. You know, Down by Law. You know, literary giants. They poets. They vocalists. They producers. They do all kinds of things over there with DBL Records. So they're not a one-trick pony. And the versatility, you know, that's why I say hip hop's not dead. It's in Baltimore because they got the Baltimore boom bap and the Baltimore spoken word and the Baltimore producers and the younger generations. Y'all, I sent you that video, Priest, for Prince Mac when he was shouting you out in the verse, right?
Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, that's his son-in-law now, I believe. You know what I mean? That's, you know, they really, you know, put the whole fam thing together and really are producing from a family perspective. So, you know, his daughter is a vocalist, you know, Lyrical Leviathan, and, you know, Neru, versatility all around on every aspect of the business. So when you get a match like that, like I said, they literally was performing earlier today, you know, so, you know, fresh off of that and still got time to submit to the Podcraft. Like, we're not going to miss this mark in regards to the momentum. So,
wow.
Next place Neru will be is in Mexico. She going, I think where you came from, Priest. So,
going to see the pyramids.
Right. I'll follow you, right? See what I'm saying? It goes back in that regard to the love.
Go. She belong
tap
there.
into that fourth chamber and, you know, she following, you know, divine in that essence, right? So
2 + 2 = 4.
Yeah, cosmically putting all of these things together, man. So salute to Lyrical Leviathan.
Fly me to the moon.
You know,
I gotta send you something too.
Go, huh, AD?
Yeah,
I gotta send you too. Something.
It's a good hook.
Real life, huh?
Fly me to the moon. That was cool.
AD says since they ain't going real life, they might as well go on the song, right?
Yeah,
man.
And that was the ode to that movie, Fly Me to the Moon.
Oh, okay.
Right? They talked about the fake moon landing. So it all coincides, right? And you see he got the motorcycle helmet on with the Wu-Tang shirt.
That was hard. That was hard. Killah B. He had that B eye, the B face. That's the B.
Yeah.
That's how the
what
B
you
be
get when
looking.
Wu-Tang raised you for real, not for fake.
Let's go.
Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. I came to bring the pain, all goes to the pain. We don't listen to that Chinese shit.
Right.
You remember that from How High?
From How High?
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Right,
I haven't seen that. Yeah, I got to go back to that.
That's a classic.
Excuse me as
Here's the sky.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Oops, hold on a second. Boom, boom. I'm always making adjustments, y'all. Okay, so shout out once again to Slick Vic Low featuring Neru, the 4th Fugee.
Slick Vic and Neru.
Alien Moon Alchemy. Giga House Media. Dskillz Harris from album 1990 now, DBL Records. All of these credits and links, the Instagram links are going to be in the description after the show. You already know. All right. Oh, let's keep it going. Right. Coming up next.
We have a Podcraft extravaganza on Wednesday, Royal Priesthood Wednesday. We have 4 people who submit songs on the song promotion segment. So I want y'all to understand and know that when you invest in yourself,
the Otter
you get seen by the world, and we also invite you in. So
that's right.
Savage Souls will be there. Great Dame will be there. Khalif Soldier of Allah.
You got a hold of Savage Souls?
Yeah.
Wow, how'd you do that?
And,
Shout out to the
and
Savage.
Reborn to Rebizzle would be there.
Reborn.
And hopefully John Newsom would be in the building. So
What up,
we're having a
Priest?
Podcraft
Shout out to John.
extravaganza going on.
Man, the Geminis know how to bring people together,
Yeah.
network, and communicate.
We got 4 people working. What's John? What's his sign?
John's
You're Taurus.
Taurus,
Taurus,
yeah.
right.
So his birthday is coming up.
It
His
goes
birthday is like the 30th. So I think Friday.
right there.
So
Friday.
if we don't get him, y'all should get him on Thursday. If we can't get him on Wednesday, y'all should show him some love on Thursday on his born day eve.
Yeah. All right. This next one is an audio highlight. It is Otter
Oh,
Seaweed.
that's Cap Jones?
No, this is Otter Seaweed Shaman.
Right there.
You talking about? Oh, in the chat. Cap Jones. Cap Jones is back.
Oh, Cap Jones, what up?
Can we get a bomb real quick?
Yeah, I gotta. We gotta do manual bombs here because channel 9 is off for some reason.
Yeah, y'all call Manley.
Shout out. What up, Cap Jones? What's the deal, my brother?
Madam LeBeau. Y'all done called all kind of people names. They showed up. It was like, all right.
Yeah,
Cameron was like, oh, let me pull out this plug
Exactly.
and cut the fan on.
Cap Jones.
Cap Jones be spitting rap poems on top of fat tones.
Yeah.
Let's
Mosquito,
go.
you need to come through, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the Mosquito.
We're having a party. We're having a Podcraft, people who be supporting the Podcraft recognition.
All of Baltimore. Yeah.
Everybody.
Where Mosquito from?
He's from the God sector.
Yeah, he told me. Yeah. Yeah, the Mosquito. Buzz. Let's go.
All right. So next up, we've got Otter Seaweed Shaman from the Otter Realms. This song is called
in the building.
The Otter Council. Here we go.
The Otter Seaweed Shaman presents
the Odyssey.
The Tribal Council of Otters.
The Outer Rock. Yeah. It's the outer space. Like it.
It reminds me of Liberian Girl.
It do. Yeah. Liberian. Hit it, AD.
Right here.
Oh.
Liberian Girl.
The words love and like is both 2 letters. One love, one love, one love. Girl, see that you like. Love it. Woo. One love. That's why my oh man. Wow. Peace to that. Damn.
The river spirit needs our healing. The river spirit needs our healing.
Straight from Ottawa, Canada. From Ottawa or Ottawa. Idaho. Fire. Them drums is crazy. Yeah, we could do this one. Outer World.
Man, that was cool.
Dope. That was dope. That was dope.
That was cool. The harmonies on those choirs were nice.
Man, straight from it's I can say so much about the Otter. Man, that was dope. Everything about that, the beat, drums. I love the singing on it. We're gonna do something with that and keep it the same. We're gonna dedicate a whole song to the Otters. You got me going to Otter Hole.
Otter Hole.
Oh, Ohio. Otter. That's dope.
That was dope.
KB.
Good chord
The
changes.
mothers of the healing. The mothers of the mothers of the waters, right? The mommy watchers, right? So that energy of the water needing the healing, right? So Ronnie talked about the water and the earth together makes mud. Okay. And so he said Uranus and Taurus was mud. So now Uranus and Gemini becomes something different. The fire and the air together. They're accelerants of one another and they need one another in order to survive. So, yeah, seeing something that we've never seen before.
Well,
And he talked about the situation with Donald Trump in America, right? And Donald Trump's a Gemini born on Flag Day, and America is a Cancer.
Yeah.
So that relationship is one of avoidance. You have one that would be born that would seem to be the ultimate representation of who the mother and the son relationship would be, but they're at odds with one another because Cancer ignores Gemini. Word to Zodiac. You understand what I'm saying?
I
So
got
the
something for him too.
comes that disconnect. But this was epic. This was dope. This was Forest, right? And Forest, it has its anniversary. What, the first or the second?
For the Forest?
It's coming up. Yeah, I think it was the second.
Yeah, you might got that one.
Might be the second. The first or the second, right? John Newsom knows, right?
Yep.
So this put me in the mind frame of that. Ultimately, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes,
Definitely,
sir.
yep. It's definitely Forest.
Remix, right?
Yeah, I got some for Kyle. I forgot to bring my hard drive. I'll send it to you though.
Check your bombs real quick, Priest.
Let's see. Not back.
Nothing?
Nope.
That's not possible. Try now. Nothing? You hitting the buttons, right?
Yep.
Okay, hold on.
Nothing.
Try now.
Nope.
Buzz.
Hold on now.
Nope.
That's weird.
I hear a buzz.
You hear the buzz, right?
Yeah.
Try now.
Nope.
Yo, that's weird.
Sound like
Gotta fix that another time.
Yeah.
Maybe another.
You unplugged the
another
guitar from the
time.
amp.
Maybe another place.
I
Another time, but not.
I think it's time for a new mini mixer. That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right, I'll play with it later.
Priest, you turned into Priest Duke, like Bill Duke. You turned into Priest Duke on me real quick. He was like, another time.
Yeah,
Another place.
Hey, that's how he was talking to Predator.
Another world. Yeah, exactly.
Ghosts.
You caught that. Yeah. Oh, we catching it. Word. Another part of me.
Your freedom. Let's feed him.
First book of Jacobs in Jamaica.
Damn. Okay.
You know I'm bad.
All right. Next up, we've got another song by Otter, Seaweed Shaman.
Otter.
Let's go. This one is called Shake Your Coconuts.
Shake your body down. Shake your coconuts.
Yo, Priest, that plaque look dope over there. I'm just saying for the record.
Oh, good lucky, Lord. Good lucky, good lucky. Count Placula.
Thank everybody for the plaque.
The Otter Seaweed Shaman presence. Cuckoo, crazy funk.
Like a big band. Yeah. I don't know. It's like a funk, man.
Shake your coconuts.
Open you.
Shake your coconuts. Cuckoo, crazy funk. Cuckoo, funk. Cuckoo, crazy funk. Shake your coconuts. Shake your coconuts. Cuckoo, funk. Cuckoo, funk. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right, that was Shake Your Coconuts by Otter Seaweed Shaman.
It did
from
sound like that.
the Otter Realms.
Yeah, listen, man.
How you like them apples? Or, I mean, how you like them coconuts?
Yeah, right.
Otters. Pause.
Otter. I'm a fan of the Otter, man. The Otter got this like funky, like I don't know. It's foresty, like you said. When I was born, it's definitely forest, and it just makes it fun. It just remind me of outside, maybe like a rave or something just to rhyme to get the crowd live. That's dope.
Right.
Shake your
Yeah.
coconuts.
Yeah. Shake your coconuts.
Yeah, great surprise. You wasn't expecting. Like you hear that, you dancing, and then all of a sudden somebody start rapping and everybody go crazy.
Yeah.
Word.
It's outer space.
Outer space.
Outer space.
Yeah.
How low can you go?
Exactly. Death Row. Brother knows. Let's go.
All right, so that's it for the Otter Shaman. Shout out to all the submissions for the song promotion segment. You guys can sign up for this at any time at kppodcraft.com. Anytime, go up there, you'll see all of the options. You can do the mid-show submission where we play your song in the middle of the show or your video. We can do the audio highlight like we just did. You can do a video highlight. You can also do an option to where we play your music video at the end of the show before the credits roll.
Yeah.
That's a new one no one's got yet. That's a new feature.
And we back with the Patreon, right? We're gonna get back to the Patreon tomorrow. We're gonna get up on it. And for all those subscribers to the Patreon, get ready. We're gonna have something real good for you before we bring it to the Podcraft. You know what I'm saying? There'll be some other stuff we're gonna build. There's a lot of things to build on. Mike Jack.
You've seen the Michael Jackson movie.
Exactly. Exactly.
Ready.
Yep. We're gonna save a little bit of that. My thoughts, KBA thoughts, Hakim. We might have some special guests. Another thing is, I'll make that announcement. I'll make it next time. But I'll make that next time. But anyway, what up, AD?
Chilling.
What we gonna play when we take them out?
Let me see. Let me pull
I
up.
was born. What we gonna take them out with?
I'm gonna pull up Killah Priest Radio.
Oh yeah. Swift is Light.
Oh, okay.
Which one from Swift is Light?
Philista.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Swift is Light.
He said the third
Gonna be on all
one
platforms in the
didn't make it
field.
open.
Yeah.
Slick Vic said he sent 3.
Yeah. Slick Rick. Philip.
Shake your
Phyllis.
coconuts.
Yeah. Let's go. All right. I'm gonna say peace and love to everybody. I don't have the music to.
I know.
Happy born
music.
day, Aurora.
Try one more time.
Nah, I cut it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right, y'all. Yo, hit me later. Knowledge. I was born. Peace to y'all. Peace to the Podcraft. Yo, we out of here.
Yeah.
Now this was Eden before the gardens. I saw a couple guards try to start some during a cool day they in the forest, digging a good soil before the harvest. They had food markets with products of Marduk. From stardust, they made Asterisk the goddess. Let's build a garden. Eden is the region, it is decent. All agree, the northwest, south, and the east prince. The guards came in sequence. We put them at the gates of the yard in case of defense. Protect the temple we call trees from the heathens. Me, I'm watching it all. I saw them cut the rock in the forest, then prop them as walls. The temples went up like trees, amongst fields of reeds. Above the hills I saw a whale called the mother of these. And wasn't Lil and his brother Inky. Let's flood these seeds. The scenery dreamy, rosters chant Ibingi. Most high tribes of prophets of priestly and kingly. Cultic officials do the temple service, cause they're not about comfort and paradise. It's about purpose. There's a place that's clean where the cherubs wipe and keep the temple furnished. The hair like wool, they skin like brass, as if you placed it in the furnace. Some call the bull, some the lamb. Eyes were red like they're burning. The 7 spirits, 7 churches. This one lyrics and heaven merges. The appearance of 7 serpents. Like unto a leopard the world worship. They gave power unto the beast to devour the son of beast. Sit among his seat. They built pyramids, but he's the one with the least. Thousands of statues with faces of angels worried around the sanctuary. Great smoke with the fragrance heavy. A smell of oak with a taint of berries. All those that worked in the tabernacle. Mounted falcons and walls with jackals. A queen sits wearing a winged disc. A jury shaped like a phoenix. A king's list and the laws of Anu. The sacred knowledge called an apple. They made it polished to attract you. To know that naked is unnatural. And when a snake hits, that is taboo. And the spaceships in the Apsu. Phoenicians all in Eden. Along with angels, fallen demons. They built a garden for King Sargon. Planted trees in the alphabet Yah forms. Made books from it, Kabbalah. The other trees look haunted, macabre. And it was written before the flood amongst the living. From the mud it was risen. To take blood it was unforgiven. From above I looked between the tree shrubs. What do you know? I see a young kitten.
I just want you to understand.